to thank the organizers of this launch, and it's a great honor, especially for me, to come here to interact with heads of statistical institutions from various Anglophone West African countries. Even though Professor Anim says that we have different nomenclatures and different ways our titles have been called, but be that as it may, we are all heads of statistical institutions. And coming together here is a very key event. And especially as a new Director General for Statistics in Liberia, being appointed in February of this year. So I'm a new member of this team. Now, what are the key successes we have achieved? Liberia conducted her 5th National Population and Housing Census in 2022. And that census was the first digital census. And thankfully, we want to give immense thanks to the Ghana Statistical Service, in person of Professor Anim and his team, for lending Liberia 20,000 tablets for us to conduct that particular census. This actually speaks of the collaboration between our two countries. And we know that the technical bureaucracies that we have will be handled in a very short time, and that will be discussed after here. The next major issue in terms of our sources happens to be the conduct of the agricultural census. We conducted an agricultural census which was completed in March of 2024. And in recent time is the first. And obviously, we have also worked towards the conduct and the compilation of monthly CPI and PPI data, that is Consumer Price Index and Producer Price Index data. In previous time, the compilation was not as current. Now we have succeeded in making the data compilation to be current on a monthly basis. Producer Price Index data is also being compiled. And we also have monthly external trade statistics. On a monthly basis, we have results collected and compiled and validated by interagencies, that is the Revenue Authority, the Liberian Institute of Statistics, that is the National Statistics House, which is LSGIS. We also have Ministry of Commerce. So these various agencies and entities meet and they validate the results so as to not have different results across agencies. But LSGIS is the main agency that is meant to produce and publish or disseminate the results on external trade statistics. The issue of GDP estimates and the compilation of GDP data has been problematic over time in Liberia. And part of the reasons we are here is to discuss with the hope that AmariStat will be a major hub of the training of our statisticians when it comes to economic statistics, whether it's CPI, whether it's national account statistics, and so forth. We anticipate that because insofar as we have gone on a journey that shows some progress, there are still immense challenges. Every day I go to work, I know, I feel, and I see the problems as they are. So we have succeeded in compiling GDP estimates from 2016 to 2022. 2023 estimates will be available by October. We have trained population students in population studies and statistics. In fact, many of the students have come to Ghana here. They have been to Legon. We have a memorandum of understanding between RIPS and University of Liberia that we are supporting. So, and we also have students being sent to various countries that are supported by the NSO to have various degrees in statistics because it is our anticipation that over the years, this great drought of human capacity can be solved in Liberia. And we hope that AmariStat will be one of the centers that will be training statisticians from Liberia. Now, we look at the current strategies. Currently, the National Institute of Statistics does not have a strategic plan, and it does not operate under a national strategy for the development of statistics. So the burden falls on me to ensure that my team will be able to formulate a new 5 years national strategy for the development of statistics. For the meanwhile, we have formulated a 1-year plan that will govern our activities and our strategies from now to next year. But we are hoping that before the close of next year, we will be able to have, before the close of this year rather, we will be able to have a full-fledged NSDS for the next 5 years for LISGIS. Now, in terms of the national plan, the 1-year plan that runs between 2024 to 2025, we are working to improve administrative data collection. We're working with various ministries and agencies. And in fact, recently I was at the Liberia Immigration Service, LACE. Data collection, land border data collection has been collected on a manual basis. We contributed mobile data collection apps to those immigration officers at the various border points so that we can be able to collate and compile and analyze migration records on a timely basis. So that was just 2 weeks ago. We have also supported various ministries and agencies within the National Statistical System. The next phase would be to train those involved in administrative data collection, because it has been challenging to collect data from various agencies, because at those agencies, most of the staff are not actually trained when it comes to data collection and compilation that will feed, especially into national account compilation. Now, there are also major surveys that we have in queue. We are currently planning the Household Income and Expenditure Survey, the HIES. The last HIES that was conducted was in 2016. So we currently have an old data. So currently, by September of this year, because as I speak next week, there'll be a whole team of external statisticians that will be meant to support LISGIS for both sampling and for the review of the tools. So by September, we'll be commencing a 1-year household income and expenditure survey. We also have a follow-up agriculture survey that will be also conducted this year. We have the labor force survey. The last labor force survey was in 2010. But now we are about to conduct the labor force survey in 2025. The next will be the Liberia Demographic and Health Survey. In fact, thankfully, I was in conversation with my counterpart from Sierra Leone with regards to the survey on non-registered trade, because Sierra Leone recently conducted its own survey on non-registered trade. So we sent a communication to him so that his team can come to Liberia for sharing of ideas. So we hope that, Honorable Johnny, the MOU can be signed so that your team can be in Monrovia as soon as possible, because we want to conduct that survey in the soonest time. The next happens to be routine data collection. We have in queue this year to collect the National Establishment Census. As I said, CPR and PPR data compilation is on a monthly basis, external trade on a monthly basis. GDP estimates will be compiled by October of this year for 2023. Another serious issue with legislation is the issue of ICT. We are upgrading our entire ICT system. Part of it is that we will visit some other NSOs, and we'll be sending out communication for study tour just to observe, to see how you succeeded and how we can be able to follow similar pattern, because we want to make Legis the central data hub in Liberia. Now, we have several results. The website of Legis has been upgraded so that we can publish our results not just to internal counterparts, but people outside of Liberia. They can easily go to the website and see our results. So currently, as I speak to you, I just got an email that the website has been upgraded, but it is still going through updates. But before the end of next week, we will have a new full website. Now, we are to work on reviewing the Statistical Act. As it stands, the 2004 Act is very old. There are many components that will require editing and revamping. One of these happens to be the independence of the NSO. We are still not fully independent. The board comprises ministers of agencies, and they have full-fledged responsibilities when it comes to selecting Deputy Director General and so forth. So to a larger extent, Legis is not fully independent. I talk about the NSDS. Then in terms of building capacity, we have embarked upon improving the Department of Statistics and Mathematics at the University of Liberia through our support. We have sent a series of people, as I said, to do masters in population studies. Some of them are already at the University of Liberia now, while others will still be sent for PhD. Now, challenges. Sometimes I don't like to talk about challenges because, illness, these challenges tend to confront us on a daily basis, but they are the realistic issues. One of the major issues, as I said, is the act. We will have to work with the legislature in revamping the act, but there is a problem there. These are politicians who might not know the relevance and the importance of some of the very reasons that legislature should be independent. For several years now, the Statistical Act has been sent to the legislature for amendment, but it has not been done. It is my hope, it is my sincere hope that we can use our lobbying power within government to be able to ensure that the act is amended. Financial constraints, these are perennial issues. Apart from the fact that we have support from the World Bank HISWA project that most of you are also benefiting from, the core funding from the government is actually low. Basic salary comprises 83% of our budget, which is a serious problem. So there are other issues of our one-year plan that we have realized that appears to be a serious gap that tend not to be funded by the core national budget and the HISWA project. So financial constraints happen to be a serious issue that we still have to handle. So capacity building, we still have serious capacity challenges. County offices, I just went to some of the county offices. Many of the people, they are not trained. Some of them were sent to those offices because of their link to county politicians. They lack the training in basic Excel and data analytics. So we would still need to do a lot of training. Even at the Central Statistics Office, we still have serious gap. Because of the fact that political manipulation went into employment, a lot of the staff entered without qualification. A huge component of our staff, woefully, have not attained a master's degree. It's a serious problem we have to address. So when I sit every day, I see that, and I see that as a problem that must be solved. We are in consultations with AfriGIS in Nigeria at my alma mater. That is the Obafemi Awolowo University, where AfriGIS is for the training of our staff in GIS. Even though we have few of our people trained, but there is still serious need for training in geoinformatics. On that note, and fulfilling the dictates of this meeting, because I say that Professor Anim is a serious intellectual. Yeah, and I cannot untie his intellectual shoes. So I don't want to walk and to say that you cannot undo the host. So thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Emmanuel Fiajo. Thank you for this invitation. Thank you, Ghana. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director General from Liberia, for your insightful presentation and for acknowledging the contribution of Ghana to the successful conduct of your population and housing census. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have online the board chair of AmariStat, so we would like to acknowledge his presence. We have Dr. Misha Bekindas, the board chair. So if you can wave wherever you are. We will see you online. And we thank you for being with us here. We will skip Gambia and move on to the largest economy in Anglophone West Africa. We have moved you to the 4th place. So please relax, we'll get back to you. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please help me in welcoming Prince Adeyemi to give his presentation.
All right, thank you. Yeah, good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me especially recognize our host, Professor Hanim, for the good job that you are doing in Ghana and for extending your wealth of experience to other Anglophone countries in the development of statistics. Let me also thank Dr. Fiatso for inviting us and for bringing up this innovation. It's a big innovation for us in Anglophone West Africa, and we look forward to concretizing our discussion from here today going forward. Oliver is our big brother that we always run to whenever we need support in the development of statistics. They have been doing great at the ECA, ACS, for all the NSOs throughout Africa. Almost every week, we have capacity building going on, either virtually or in person. And that has been contributing tremendously to the development of statistics in recent times. We have not been having it like that before. Thank you so much, Oliver. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll go straight to my presentation. I have the outline. Framework for development of statistics. Which framework are we using in Nigeria as of today? Priorities of our framework. recent successes that we have recorded in the National Bureau of Statistics as well as the entire Nigerian statistical system, and then challenges. The main essence and focus of AmariStat is to solve problems for us. And then I believe they will document all the challenges and we see how we address them from going forward. Not only capacity building, but in other area of statistical activities that we have. Then I will conclude. The National Bureau of Statistics is the apex official statistical agency for Nigeria. The Prof said that we have different nomenclatures across Anglophone statistical offices. When I was looking at it this morning, say government statistician. What about us, others? Are we not government statisticians? And I and I look at it and I say, okay, for me, I'm statistician general, which means both government statistics, private statistics, non-governmental statistics, anything statistics, I'm the general for it. Then we also responsible for collection of socioeconomic data with high quality for development of all facets of our life in Nigeria. We provide socioeconomic data and demographic data, all required data for planning purposes, for policy formulation that will lead to the development and welfare of our citizens. We provide government with those data. And we have been expanding on our statistical product over the years to meet up with this mandate. We have over 2,300 permanent staff, apart from the ad hoc that we use once in a while, across all the 36 states of the Federation, including the Federal Capital Territory in Abuja. We have 6 zonal offices that coordinate the statistical activities of the state within the region. And we have 3 Federal School of Statistics that train middle-level manpower in statistical and other related subjects. We are expanding the scope of the Statistical Institute, our schools, to be able to offer, presently they are offering degree courses, national diploma, higher national diploma. The initial intention of these schools is to bridge the gap between professional and non-professional, that you can go in and do some short courses into providing degree awarding courses. MBS is also from our office, coordinator of the entire Nigerian statistical system, which is the biggest in the whole of Africa. This statistical system includes the 36 states of the Federation, all the line MDAs, ministry, department, and agencies, over 200 of them are part of the system. All the academic and research institutions that offer statistics and economics, they are part of that system. And also, we have, in the present NSDS that we are implementing, we have extended to private organizations that are hosting big data, because that's the in thing now, to be able to annex big data to complement our traditional way of collecting data. So we are including them in our system now. And then we have statistical unit in each of the local government. And we have 774 local governments in Nigeria. So all the statistical units within this local government are also part of the system. And the National Bureau of Statistics has a mandate to coordinate statistical activities, harmonized methodology, and the way and manners in which we produce data. We meet twice in a year through a platform that we call the National Consultative Committee on Statistics. We gather together to discuss current activities going on in each of the arms of the system. And then if we have new surveys, new methodology being adopted, we discuss quite a lot of all those in them. The framework for the development of statistics. The current framework that we are adopting for the development is our recently developed National Strategy for the Development of Statistics, NSDS, which will run from this year, 2024, to 2028. In the development of this NSDS, there are a lot of consultation because we want it to be an inclusive NSDS. No one is left behind, using the mantra of SDG. It was developed after extensive consultation with all the relevant stakeholders of the statistical system in Nigeria, including local and international partners. And I want to say that Oliver, with his team, they also gave us impetus and a lot of support when we are developing this. We also give kudos to a renowned expert when it comes to development of NSDS in Africa, Professor Krigera. Is also key partner in this development, as well as Baba or Dr. O.O. Ajayi. They work together with us to come up with the NSDS. The key priorities under this new NSDS, as I said, inclusivity. We develop it to ensure that statistical system cater for the need of all segments of our society. We always neglect the issue of gender in our data production. We have carved out this NSDS to ensure that in all aspects of our data, the issue of gender is paramount, as well as the marginalized group, the people living with disability, are also catered for. These are in line with the SDG spirit, SDG inclusive data charter, to ensure that all marginalized group of people are catered for. Not only in terms of the group of people, but also in terms of organizations that constitute our Nigerian statistical system now, as I said before. Another key priority area that we are focusing on is the quality and accuracy. We strive for excellence in data collection, analysis, and dissemination by using sound methodology and processes. I was looking at the document for the document developed for AmariStat, where countries are graded by World Bank based on GDP production. And I saw the grade given to Nigeria, and I tried to find out why we are in that position, and I discovered that they use some criteria to grade the SNA that we are using, coverage of informal sector, coverage of illicit activities. And I said, if that assessment have to be carried out now, definitely we are not going to be there. Because currently, we are carrying out rebasing of our GDP and our CPI. And all those shortcomings have been addressed. We covered extensively informal sector in this new rebasing. The SNA 2025, we have started looking at the content and see how we incorporate it from the rebasing activity. So definitely all those challenges or shortcomings have been addressed in this new rebasing that we are doing. Another key priority area is the innovation and technology. We have decided to embrace the latest technology for data collection, analysis, reporting, and dissemination process. We are establishing Data Innovation Lab, working with AFDB presently, where all issue of artificial intelligence, big data, cloud computing, and all those new emerging process of collecting data and analyzing data are going to be strengthened, as well as the issue of geospatial analysis. We are also working with ONS to develop this. In actual fact, they are coming to us next week to take this discussion further. Then capacity building is another priority area for us. We need to develop and maintain skilled personnel across the statistical system, not only for us at National Bureau of Statistics, but the entire Nigerian statistical system. And we have started putting together a process to achieve that. We just concluded our work plan, taking what we are going to implement from the NSDS for the next 18 months, 1.5 years. Last week, we were in Lagos, in this sister hotel, Movenpick in Lagos, to develop our activities for next year. Very important for us is the issue of partnership and collaboration. We want to foster collaboration with international organizations, academia, private sector, to access resources, knowledge, and technical assistance. I want to use this opportunity to thank GSS, Ghana Statistical Service, for also partnering with us and reaching out or make themselves available whenever we reach out to them. For instance, when we are doing our rebasing, we had several meetings with them to see how they did their own and then tap knowledge from it. Presently, the way statistics production is, one cannot work in isolation. You have to work with your peers. You have to work with your partners. And when we are discussing, we are saying, well, it's good to have IMF, World Bank supporting you technically, but it is more critical to have partner in NSOs because they have practical experience and they are having the same environment in which we operate. And that is why we reach out to Ghana. And also when we are looking for who can also work with our team, especially for the CPI, we reach out to ECA, and they also recommended one of our own, somebody that is working with Uganda Bureau of Statistics, Vincent, to also work with our team in that. So that's kind of collaboration that can yield desired result at any point in time. Then we look at success. Success is recorded so far in NSS, Nigerian Statistical System, and MBS as well. We have seen enhanced corporate profile and general awareness of statistics in Nigeria. What I discovered nowadays is different agencies calling on us to come and partner with them, either for data production, because anything you want to do, if you don't have data to buttress or back your achievements, is not recognized. And even we have seen cases now where people produce data, generate data on their own, especially the researchers, you know. And whenever they present that data, it's not recognized. And they feel it that why all their efforts are not being recognized. And they always refer them that, look, the official statistics, if you have to talk about official statistics, either you work with MBS partner with MBS for that recognition to be given. But if you just work on your own without including MBS, nobody will take that data as official data. So we have seen this awareness coming up, both from government circle and outside government environment. We also seen better coordination of the statistical system. Through this NSDS, we are strengthening our coordination mechanism. Coordination is one of the key challenges that we usually have in the system, not only in Nigeria, but other NSOs as well. But we are working to strengthen this coordination. In actual fact, we are meeting the National Assembly. We are organizing a retreat for them next week to discuss how we strengthen our Statistics Act. A lot of revision has been inputted in that, and they are ready and willing to really work with us to fast track the process of amending that law. The last one was 2007, and by the time we have it, it will strengthen this coordination because we are putting a lot of factors that can make us to achieve that there. We have better but still limited funding. Funding can never be enough, but in recent times, it's better. This year budget that we have is the biggest for the past 10 years. We have the biggest budget in 2024, over 10 years ago. But still, we still require more to do more. We have increased statistical output. Over 180 statistical reports were published last year, 2023. As my colleague from Liberia said, the issue of CPI, GDP, quarterly, FTS, foreign trade statistics, is given now in Nigeria because for those that have been following us, it's released on a particular date that we have put in our calendar of release. For over 8 years now, we have not faltered for one day in the release of those data. And presently, the government developed key performance indicators for all the ministers. This new government that we have in place had a retreat with all the ministers where they came up with KPIs for them, because it's not just working, but it must deliver on key deliverables. And they have a coordinating unit under the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, and they are working with the National Bureau of Statistics to validate whatever data or achievement they say they have achieved. So that process is making us to produce more data that they can use to validate whatever the ministry are claiming that they have achieved. So it's also expanding the product and report that we have. Enhanced data quality and methodology. As I said, last year we revised our labor force methodology, adopted the latest ICLS by ILO, and it makes us to be more comparable to other countries and also reflect what is actually happening within our economy. The Nigerian economy is over 85% informal, but the methodology that we are using before focused more on formal, wage employment, government employment, with negligence of those that are working in the formal sector. So we focus more on informal sector such that we can give comprehensive information to government to be able to come up with policy that can transform this informal sector into a formal sector for economic development. Not only that, we are working with ECA to digitize our CPI. Before we are using RP form 1 to 12, but now we are digitizing that, and we have completed the process. We just go into data collection using CAPI. And also talking about improving quality and methodology, we are also adopting under our rebasing, the CPI rebasing, the latest COICOP is what we are going to use now. And then the 12 divisions that we have, we are increasing it to 13 divisions. You know, we have had, in the recent revision, we have added insurance and financial institutions. So this new rebasing is going to capture that in terms of using the latest methodology for our data capturing. Improve statistical infrastructure. For instance, the population census that we are yet to conduct, which ECA also supported us tremendously to have a digitized census. Because of transition, you know, we are about starting before the new government comes in, and they are taking their time to understand what processes have gone into that. So the enumeration area developed for that is completely digitized, and that's what we are using for our household-based data to improve the quality in that aspect. And presently, we are also upgrading our data center to be able to accommodate all the gamut of data that we'll be collecting from different parts of the system to be able to handle them. And we are connecting through the Ministry of Data Innovation and Technology to link up with all MDAs now, so that seamlessly we can be getting their administrative data without visiting them. So we just have that interface. As they are doing their day-to-day routine activities, we'll be collecting the data and transform it into statistical product for the nation. We are upgrading the physical infrastructure across MBS offices nationwide. We are providing internet service to all the 36 states where we have offices. And then we are also working with the subnational statistical agencies to provide some little copy computer for them to also work with. Looking at challenges, inadequate number of professional personnel across the system. I think Liberia also mentioned this, and not for MBS, but because of other part of the system. So we have a situation where the head of planning, research, and statistics is somebody that read engineering. And the person will be there not knowing what statistics means. And also in Nigeria, we have a cadre for planners, planning cadre, statistics cadre, and they are combined, planning, research, and statistics. So if somebody that is from planning is the head of that department, he focus more on planning rather than statistics component. Low statistical capacity within the system. So we are working to see from the new NSDS how we upgrade and move a step further in this particular area. But we have it there. Weak administrative statistics infrastructure. That's why I said we are expanding, upgrading our data center so that we can strengthen our collection of administrative statistics. In the past, we have to go there, be following up for an officer to be able to complete whatever data we require from them. But we are trying to see how we do that using technology to strengthen that aspect of data collection. Among the three approaches that we use, the census, the surveys, it's only the system of administrative statistics that is not well strengthened. But we are working to achieve that. Weak subnational statistical system. You know, at the federal, I think the awareness, the support by federal government is very, very impressive. But at the subnational, the last, as I told you, the last National Consultative Committee meeting that we had, some of the state statistician general, they were telling me that some state governor, if not for documentation, they don't mind just preparing budget in a room and implementing it without recourse to any data. As far as they are concerned, data doesn't affect budget. It doesn't affect where they are going to sink borehole, we are going to site school. That they just want to do things that will favor their election and all that. So, at that subnational level, the statistical system recognition is not given. But we are working with the executives at the state level now to bring up this issue with them. I think between last year and this year, I've engaged like 5 governors to discuss this issue with them. There are some of them that are not signed their statistics ethics into law. We are also reaching out, just few of them that remain. We are reaching out to them because that's the only governance or document that can guide and strengthen the Surgeon General at the state level to be able to function properly. So we are working and engaging with governors at that level. Poor funding and financing mechanism for statistics. This is part of the essence why we are here. Funding is a challenge, but with the support of ECA, sometimes what you are looking for money for, if you see somebody that can provide it, then the problem is solved. So when we talk of capacity building, you'll be looking for money to send people abroad, to send people to some research institution to obtain training. But if you have somebody that can provide it for you, then you have solved part of the funding problem. Poor culture of record keeping and documentation. This is a challenge in Africa, not only in Nigeria. Our people don't keep record. And statistics is about record keeping. So if you go to a household, you are collecting data on living standard survey, where they need to recall or tell you what they have expended or what they have consumed in the last 1 week. And it's difficult because they are just taking money, go market, buy something without recording how much they spend on those things. So it's a challenge, and we are stepping up our data literacy campaign across the country so that we emphasize the issue of keeping records. Even if you go to establishment, informal sector firms, one of their characteristics, as we know, is that they don't keep record. So these are also a critical challenge when it comes to statistical production. We conclude by saying that MBS is committed to enhancing the statistical system through strategic capacity building initiative to enhance the promotion of evidence-based decision making in Nigeria, and we encourage other NSOs and other countries to follow suit. We look forward to a very intense collaboration with regional partners through AmariStat to further strengthen statistical capacity in Anglophone West Africa countries. Thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen.
Shall we clap again for Prince Adeyemi Adinyira for his wonderful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, when we started, Liberia said by providence, they became the first to make their presentation. When I checked, they had their independence 177 years ago this month. And then we were followed by Nigeria, which has the largest economy in Anglophone West Africa. The next presentation is going to be delivered by another general from the first university in West Africa. He's a graduate from Forabe College. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Andrew Bob Johnny to make the presentation. So please, help me welcome Mr. Johnny to make the presentation. Please walk over. So today is the day of the fest for all the NSO leaders.
Thank you very much. Yeah. A very good morning to Ghana. A very good morning to my colleague DG in Ghana. A very good morning to all other generals, not military generals, but statistician generals. Yes, exactly. And good morning to everyone. ECA, everyone, good morning, a very good morning. Earlier this year, when I was called on the margins of the United Nations Statistical Commission to have a meeting on this initiative, then there was hope for capacity building, especially in Anglophone Africa, West Africa. I'm extremely delighted to be part of this initiative. And I quite believe that capacity building is a hub, is the dream for any process, not only statistical development. So for those who actually are the pioneers of this initiative, I want to thank you a lot. And for us that have been part of it to make it a success, I want to thank us again, and especially for inviting me particularly to this meeting. I'm privileged and honored. Thank you very much. My role here is to actually talk about the current strategies, the successes and challenges of statistical system in my country. And I'm going to do that as the previous speakers, but I'm going to do it in lesser time. Thank you so much. Let's proceed with this. Okay. Yeah, the outline, as with any other presentation you'll be doing, has to deal with, of course, the National Statistical System, the coordination mechanism, what the NSDS is about, what we stand for, the current strategies, and of course, what I've been asked to do here, strategies to improve it, the successes, the key challenges, strategies to address them, and the recommendations. What is a national statistical system? In my country, that is what we now refer to as the National Statistical System, or the NSS. It comprises of a legal framework, institutional and organizational arrangements for collection, management, and dissemination of official statistics in my country. Its main components are, of course, data users, the producers, the suppliers, the research and training institutes. One cannot talk about the National Statistical System in detail without making reference of a national strategy for the development of statistics, which is the NSDS. The NSS is coordinated by StatSL. This is just a diagrammatic expression of how, there's an interaction between the NSS and the other players, the MDAs, research institutes, and all producers of statistical data. Of course, at the top there, you have the National Statistical System at the national level. Then, of course, the data producers, which comprise of the councils, the local councils, the NGOs or the CSOs, the private firms, the schools, colleges, and universities. Then the data producers, the NSS, which collaborates with StatSL for data accreditation. This interacts with, of course, StatSL, which is the overall body in terms of the hub of the NSS. Then this interplays with the statistical activities, the surveys we collect, the administrative and data records, the reviews and research. The users, on the other hand, of course, is the government, the parliamentarians, the partners, development partners, researchers, universities, our central bank, and of course the general public. The NSDS, as we all know, is a framework to strengthen the entire national statistical system. Not just StatSL, of course it involves other players as well. It is a medium to long-term vision for statistical capacity building, as we are now doing for the AmariStat, to respond to key user needs. Furthermore, it's a robust, comprehensive, and coherent framework to address data limitations, priorities, and the use of resources, to integrate statistics within the national policy processes and introduce how to manage change. With StatSL, in the past developed 2 NSDS as follows. There was one in 2008 to 2012, which is the NSDS-1. Then we have the NSDS-2, which started from 2016 to 2020. Of course, we did have unfinished business, so we are now dealing with strategies of having, we started actually an extension of the NSDS-2, which runs from 2022 to 2025. We'll be having an NSDS-3, which actually aligns with the medium-term national development plan, which is a local development platform. We have to align that with the national platform because all development aspects with the NSDS has to be in line with any local initiative that has to deal with development. Our vision, I don't want to go too much in that, is to create a national statistical system with StatSL at the center for coordinating, producing, disseminating data for policy and planning levels. Our mission is to coordinate, collect, compile, analyze data, to assist informed decision-making and discussion within the government, the business, and the media, as well as the wider national and international community. The current strategies to improve the NSS. As best practice, StatSL created a new division in September 2018. The division was named the National Statistical System, or the NSSD. This division is in charge of the coordination of the NSS. StatSL annually engages data producers, users, and data enhancers in regional workshops where various statistical topics are discussed. With the support of the HISWA project, as harmonizing and improving statistics in West Africa, we call, of course, all data users and producers since 2020 to a meeting to ensure that we have coordination mechanism in whatever we do in terms of the data we do collect. We have also created the statistical school clubs in sample secondary schools in all the 5 regions of the country. This move is to enable people to start appreciating statistics at secondary level, to know the importance of statistics, the value of statistics in everyday life, ranging from your household to district level to at national level, to see how you can really value and how the impact of statistics in your daily life. StatSL is increasing collaboration with 22 local councils. The monitoring and evaluation officers and development planning officers are mostly brought on board for our statistical activities. StatSL is increasing collaboration with other stakeholders of the NSS, more especially the ministry, departments, and MDAs, colleges, universities, and other research institutions. We have a fully functional office with adequate staff in all 15 districts of Sierra Leone. And we are making sure that they are adequately equipped, and we have the requisite personnel to make sure we attend to our statistical data needs in each of these geographic domains. There is increased advocacy for support to StatSL and other members of the NSS. Although StatSL does not currently have statisticians deployed in the ministry, departments, and agencies, nonetheless, there are focal persons at StatSL for all major MDA's activities. The successes. There are so many, I keep talking about them even for the whole of this meeting or even tomorrow. And it ranges from the MOUs with over 10 institutions we've developed, to increase collaboration with stakeholders, to the annual celebration, of course, of the African Statistics Day, and the workshops we do every year, as I've just mentioned, to the annual training of local councils and the M&Es in these various institutions, the capacity building for which we are here now, and to establish contact with almost all universities in the country. The NSS is one of 7 components of the World Bank $30 million project, which is harmonizing and improving statistics in West Africa project, with a 1.3 million for over the period of 5 years, that's from 2020 to 2025. The extended version of the NSDS2, and of course the one we'll be doing for the rest of 2025 to 2030, fully migrated from paper-based system to data collection using ICT-based system. That actually ranges across all the data collection we now do using Android tablets and other means of digital components. We have developed data certification and data access policy. We are continuing to strengthen the staffing skills, capacity. I keep talking about capacity. which is extremely important and the center for any success you want to do for any development related to statistics. We have migrated to full use of GIS and spatial technology for data collection and dissemination for anything we do. As long as any data collection you want to engage in has a location, then it can be mapped. Then it can be geo-referenced, and other attribute data can be attached to it for robust analysis for whatever you want to do, be it in health, education, agriculture, as the case may be. We have expanded the range, coverage, and frequency of high-quality statistics and statistical activities all over the country and even beyond the shores of the country. The rebasing of the Consumer Price Index, which was done 2021, courtesy our relationship with Ghana. We sent our staff to come and liaise with the CPI team in Ghana here to see how they have done there successfully. And I want to thank the team that actually supported my team. I can now be very proud that the rebase went on very well, and we have now digitalized all aspects of data collection related to the Consumer Price Index. The Agricultural Survey 50 by 2030 initiative, which is data collection related to all indicators related to agriculture for planning and policy interventions. The business establishment, the annual economic establishment of census, conducted data collection needed to monitor an economic and social impacts of the policies. Conducted the first midterm census in 2021. The midterm population was done for the first time in our country. This was actually to address anomalies which we think we cannot carry with until the next decennial census, which is next year. We had to address that quickly, so this can actually fit into the national framework of the development interventions we want to take, including even the global platform, which is the Sustainable Development Goals. Appropriate technical expertise now available in all divisions and strengthening international audit compliance. We have created an SDG platform with regular updates on customized indicators. The challenges. StatSL MOUs are not effective in some ministries. I also want to state at this point that our laws relating to statistics in that country is obsolete. They date as far back as 2002, and most of the laws there are quite ridiculous. The fines that are being imposed on those that violate actually laws or rules pertaining to statistical data collection are also just ridiculous. It's time enough that we get back, reflect on our circumstances, and see how we can make these laws or these rules more adequate to fit modern day data collection. We have a Statistics Council, which is now engaged in making sure that this is actually being revamped. We go back on these laws to be presented, and we have a proper legal framework in which you can operate to fit modern day censuses. Weak national statistical system, as some players of the NSS are reluctant to fully accept the role of NSS in national development. I'm sure we are not alone in this. We are having problems in coordinating with other MDAs to make sure that they have to realize that StatSL is the core, is the central for data collection. Yes, you may have all what you have to collect the data, but in terms of data coordination, data harmonization, there should be a central unit, which is StatSL, to make sure they coordinate all the data you're collecting. For instance, if you are collecting data on maternal mortality at a point in time within the same geographic domain, another entity may be collecting the same data at the same point in time, but you need a central body to coordinate and to regulate all what you're doing to ensure that we have this right. That is why we are always at the bottom of the Human Development Index, because our data collection is not well coordinated. So when all of this is brought, then you find yourself right down there, then you have to blame yourself. So coordination is key. We are still grappling with the fact that some guys have not still realized that we need coordination and harmonization in our data. Polarized data collection, as some MDAs do not revert to StatSL when conducting statistical surveys. Strategies to address them. Increase advocacy for strong collaboration with the MDAs. Increase advocacy for strong collaboration with local councils as well. The sensitization of stakeholders of the NSS to fully accept the role of NSS in national development. They advocate for stronger statistical legislation with hefty fines for institutions conducting statistical surveys without involvement of StatSL. Recommendations. There's need for more investment and provision of predictable funding for a viable NSS and not just for data collection. Donor assistance should not aim at replacing, but rather supplementing government efforts to develop a strong NSS. Donor assistance to NSS should aim primarily to build statistical rather than producing data to meet immediate data needs. At a point in time, one of my recommendations to government was a bit very aggressive and radical. The structure of financing of statistical data collection is such in my country that for all the MDAs that have statistical units within their system undertaking statistical data collection, the funds given, allocated for statistical data collection, is being given individually to these MDAs. So at the point, I made a recommendation that for us to avoid our problems in dealing with these MDAs, why can't you centralize your allocation of resources, like just to start SL? So now that you know that we have the funds, when you want to collect your data, do your concept, come with it for validation, then we have to monitor from start to scratch moving forward. Then there is also the need for our government to recognize and to know the value of statistics. By having the leadership of statistical institutions, raising them more to a, perhaps closer to the political domains. Let me give you fun of what happened in Mozambique. That was about a couple of years ago, perhaps even 8 or 10 years back. I happened to attend one of these 2010, by then it was 2010 round of population and housing censuses. And while I was on my way from the hotel to the conference center, then I had a hearing, then there was a motorcade behind the car I actually took to go to the conference. Then the driver said he had to stop by the roadside because he has to obey the rules. There's an entourage, there's a police hearing, then we have to wait by the roadside. Then I asked, who is that? Then he told me, that's your colleague, Statistician General. By then, he was the member of cabinet at that time. So if countries can realize and know the value of statistics and raise the profile of statistician generals, where they can be principal advisors to the government and even His Excellency, then this can be a dream and a hope for statistics in Africa in particular. I hope we take this story back home. Yes. Then donor assistance of NS should aim primarily to build statistical capacity rather than produce data to meet immediate data needs. The role of statisticians in MDAs must be seen as adding value to the statistical activities of the sector. All efforts must therefore be made by both StatSL and the sector MDAs to make statisticians highly productive. I thank you for listening to me. Thank you so much.
Shall we do it better for Mr. Johnny? For being on time, we gave them 15 minutes, and he's the first to stay within the 15 minutes. So I trust that the next presenter will also stay within the first 15 minutes. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mr. Nyankwasi Sanya to deliver his presentation. Please welcome. He's been the General Coordinating Statistics for over 12 years in the Republic of Gambia. You are welcome, sir.
Thank you, MC. Let me also follow the footsteps of my colleagues. Wish to recognize the presence of ECA. My colleagues are statistician generals or with other names, government statistician or director generals. Our colleagues from the National Statistical System of Ghana, our colleagues from the Ghana Statistical Service. Good morning to you all. Oh, sorry, maybe because the phone is a little bit. Okay, this is my presentation. I wouldn't want to take a lot of your time. This is the outline of the presentation, that's the brief background of the current national statistics system, the successes of the Gambia statistical system and challenges of the Gambia statistical system. But before I go into the presentation, I also want to acknowledge support that we received from Ghana. Ghana was the country that we visited before we conducted a digital census. And I have to be quite frank with you. Before we came to Ghana, the concepts of a digital census was not clear with us. We thought it was more of a copy-based data collection system. But our interaction with Ghana's Statistical Service really helped us have a better knowledge and understanding of what a digital census requires, as well as the methodology that we need to adapt. Okay, that's the outline of the presentation. With the Gambia, the Gambia first had the National Strategy for Development of Statistics in 2007. This is 2007 to 2011. And the second one was from 2018 to 2022. And currently, we have the most recent one that we are implementing, that is NSDS 3, and this is from 2024 to 2028. The strategy framework defines the medium-term to long-term vision and mission of and for the national statistical system of the Gambia, as well as the core values or guiding principles towards its realization. NSDS 3 is a tool for monitoring and evaluation of the recovery-focused national development plan of the Gambia, that is National Development Plan 2023 to 2027, as well as for the AU Agenda 2063 and the SDGs. In total, we have 18 MDAs, that is ministries, departments, and agencies that have fully participated in the development of the NSDS 3. The last one was about 11, 12, if I can remember. But the first one was more of, I could refer it to as more of a strategy for the Bureau, because it only included the Bureau of Statistics. The vision and mission of the third NSDS. The vision of the NSDS 3 is a fully functional and resilient national statistical system that produces and timely disseminates quality statistics in response to user needs by 2028. And the mission is to establish an innovative, integrated, and well-coordinated national statistical system that produces and disseminates official statistics of high quality in a transparent, accessible, and timely manner, and advances its effective use for decision-making. This is the organization of the strategic framework, that is NSDS 3. You have the pillars, that is 4 pillars, and we have our strategic objectives, that they are 7, the outputs and the activities. And as I said earlier, the major reason why we have this strategy is to help monitor and evaluate the National Development Plan and other developmental objectives. This is the implementation chain and measurement of change for the NSDS 3. Like I said earlier, we have, it has 4 pillars, 7 strategic objectives, 31 outputs, and 166 activities. The first pillar is the strengthening and improvement of the governance of the national statistical system, and the strategic objective of this to improve the efficiency and the coordination of the national statistical system. I will come more into detail in the following slides. The second one is development of the national statistical system's quality and sustainable capacities. And under this, we have this, the strategic objectives are to train and make available quality and sustainable human resource throughout the NSS. the second one is to provide the NSS with modern infrastructure. The third one is the third pillar is the improvement and innovation of the production of quality statistics. And under this, we have two main strategy objectives. The first one is to improve the national statistical system data production and dissemination systems. And the second one is to provide the national statistical systems with statistical quality management tools. And the last pillar is development and implementation of sustainable financing strategy and a resource mobilization strategy. Under this one also you have two strategy objectives. One is to develop a sustainable and realistic financing strategy, and the second one is to develop and implement a sound and realistic mobilization strategy. Pillar one again. The outputs of this pillar are institutional coordination and communication mechanisms are improved. And the new national statistical legal framework is effectively adopted and operational. The current Statistics Act of the Gambia is Statistics Act 2005. And as statisticians, we all know a lot of development happened in the statistics environment. One of them is the UN Fundamental Principles of Official Statistics that was reviewed in 2014, the African Charter in 2009, and also SASA 2, which is 2017 to 2026, and of course other themes such as the big data, the data revolution. All these things came after we have our Statistics Act enacted. So which means that the Statistics Act that we are using is somehow obsolete and needs to be reviewed or revised to take on board some of the developments that are happening in the statistical environment. The other one is provision of the capacities of the Director of Coordination and the GBOs at the Gambia Bureau of Statistics are strengthened. One of the reasons why we can't fully operate as the coordinator of the national statistical system is because of our lack of capacity to do this function, to execute this function. We have a small unit or directorate of very few, less than 10 personnel with limited capacity. So that being the case, we can't enforce some of the powers vested on us in terms of operating or executing our duties as the coordinator of the national statistical system. Therefore, we leave institutions, individuals, do their things as they wish to without being controlled. And this makes it very difficult for us to compare statistics being produced in the country. The capacity and the statistics units are set up and given. We also want to ensure that there is support given to the ministries, departments, and agencies so that they have the functional statistical units. Our experience or assessments that we have conducted a few years ago show that some of the ministries or departments or agencies do not have statistical units or statistics units. Mainly, most of them only have planning units, and these planning units do not have the capacity to do statistical functions. The second pillar is development of the national statistical systems, quality and sustainable capacities. We have a revised organizational structure that was adopted in 2018. But it's a problem for us to recruit the required number for us to be able to function as required to produce the needed statistics. This is mainly because of two reasons. One, the capacity is not there. Two, the resources are not there for us to recruit. Even if we have the capacity in the country, we can't recruit because of the subvention given to the National Statistics Office. We will be in trouble. To pay the operational costs. To also have statistical training center in the country, at least even if we would not have statistical training centers such as that what prevails in other countries, but at least to a certain level, or maybe a diploma or certificate level, minimum diploma level, at least to train our staff would also help, because it's costly now for us to train our people. As any training that is done on statistical, especially when it comes to specialized areas, we have to send our people outside the country, which means that we can train maybe 5 people for the cost of training 1 person, or even more than that. But with the establishment of a statistical training center, we'll be able to train Christians for the country. We are working with the University of the Gambia to introduce statistical programs. And the only programs that we had were financed through the World Bank project called, what is it again? I forgot the name of the project, but it only trained at the master's level. And we obviously, I'm not sure how effective this training is. Pillar 2 is the strategic 2 under Pillar 2 is to provide answers with modern infrastructure. So for those of you who have visited the Gambia will agree with me that the current complex of the Statistics Bureau is not on the standard of a model statistics office. And we would want to upgrade it so that we have an environment that is conducive to work. We also want to see that the ministries, departments, and agencies, statistical units are provided with operational workspace. We have visited a number of statistical units under these agencies, and we've realized that some of them do not even have an office. They are working in other units, and apart from that, they don't have the equipment, they don't have the right softwares to work on, and they don't even have the required knowledge to do their work. Technological environment is reinforced and improved, that the required technology that we need to work on, as we all know, now statistical work is fully digitalized. We want to get an environment where all the required infrastructure is in place. As well, the statistical infrastructure is also improved. As I said earlier, we want to ensure that the tools are available, the methods are also, we use the right methods, and we use the right devices as well. We are now on the Pillar 3. Pillar 3 is the improvement and innovation in the production of quality statistics. Under this 4th strategic objective, that is improve and innovate the National Statistical Systems data production and dissemination system. The first output is regular and periodic surveys are carried out with innovative methods. This is what we want to see. I don't know how would we achieve this, because we know that with large-scale activities such as the censuses and surveys is a challenge. But then, like we said, the main reason for having this strategy is to also think ahead to ensure that funds are mobilized on time and activities are also conducted as planned. The statistical information base is expanded. That is, of course, when the data is, if we are able to embark on all the key activities, that means the data would be available for use. The gender statistics system is strengthened and improved throughout the NSS, that will ensure that any data that is produced is also gender sensitive. The system of administrative statistics in the NSS is developed and improved. We want to strengthen this. We have been working with statistical units and also ministries to improve on their management information system. We have helped them develop management information systems. The national data release and dissemination calendar is developed and made public. And also the next strategic objective is to provide the NSS with statistical quality management tools. The first output is a national data quality assessment framework. Is developed and implemented. Currently, we have a national data quality assessment framework, but we want to review it and to ensure that it is implemented. Policies governing data operations are finalized and implemented. And the national statistical system capacity assessments are organized, including on outputs, data gaps, etc. And the last pillar, that's development and implementation of sustainable financing strategy and a resource mobilization strategy. This is very critical for us. As it is now, most of the funding of statistical activities has been provided by development partners. Usually it's only 1/3 of our budgets that are provided by the government, and 2/3 come from development. This is simply because most of the large-scale statistical operations are mainly financed by the development partners. In this case, under this, we have our outputs as national resources are dedicated to and effectively used for statistical activities. And 2, the National Fund for Development of Statistics is created and operational. 3, development partners are mobilized and committed to finance the NSS. And 4, enhanced relationships with local and international bodies. And 5, a thematic group on statistics for development partners is created and holds quarterly meetings. The second strategy on the fourth pillar is to develop and implement a sound and realistic resource mobilization strategy. And this we want to have an advocacy strategy and also political will and ownership by the government are improved. Statistical culture are improved at all stakeholders level, including private sector and civil society. National stakeholders are mobilized on statistical funding, and the community of development partners is mobilized on statistical funding. This is the budget for the strategy. In total, we will require 103 million US dollars to finance the 5-year strategy. Okay. Successes of the Gambian National Statistical System. The Gambian National Statistical System has achieved important milestones to improving data production over the past years. Several recent key statistical projects were implemented by the National Statistical System to improve data availability and meet international standards. 1, the economic census and business enterprise survey was conducted in 2014-2015, adopting recommended international standards, industrial classification, ISIC REF4, and the Systems of National Accounts, SNA 2008. We've conducted the 4th IHS in 2020-2021, and this provided baseline indicators for the recovery-focused national development plan, including poverty profile. The last population and housing census is ongoing. The Gambia first conducted the population housing census in 1881. Of course, this was not a full-fledged one. It is a census that focused only within the urban area. But since then, we've been conducting censuses until 1941 due to the World War II. And the second time it was postponed was in 1961 due to forced elections, and because of that, it was scheduled to 1963. And since then, the Gambia has been conducting the decennial census every 10 years. Until last year, unfortunately, we could not conduct the census. This current census should have been conducted in 2023, but because we were not fully prepared to conduct a digital census due to lack of resources, that means timely disbursement of resources, because we are depending on the project, the HISWACA project, to finance the census. And this HISWACA project was approved in May 2023. So for a census that should have been conducted in April 2024, if you are relying on the resources coming to you from a project that is approved in May 2020, obviously it's not possible. So this shows how our governments operate in terms of financing statistical operations. The last agricultural census was conducted in 2010, and we are currently working on conducting another agricultural census. And the National Agricultural Sample Survey is conducted by the Ministry of Agriculture every year, and funds are secured to conduct, as I said, to conduct the next agricultural census. Preparations are in full gear. The second demographic and health survey was conducted in 2019-2020, and preparations are on for the conduct of the next DHS in 2025. The last labor force survey was conducted in 2023, and we are working on conducting another one in the third and fourth quarters of 2024, and henceforth we want to conducting the labor force survey annually. The livestock census was conducted in 2015 by the Department of Livestock. We've also conducted the fifth multiple indicator cluster survey in 2018, and we are working on conducting another one as soon as possible. In fact, our plan was to conduct it in 2025, but there is some issues regarding to what to conduct. Either we conduct a joint mixed DHS, or to conduct a DHS or a mix. But each of these institutions that we are working in is pushing hard to conduct its activity. But it seems the priority is the DHS. Series of high-frequency surveys were conducted in 2020, 2021 during the COVID period, assess the impact of COVID on the economy. Balance of payment statistics and monetary statistics produced regularly by the Central Bank of the Gambia. Fiscal data is also produced regularly by the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs. Routine data such as the GDP, prices, trade data, tourism data, environment data, and so on are produced either monthly or quarterly. We've also conducted the fifth malaria indicator survey in 2023-2024. Series of trainings are conducted for the NSS to build statistical capacity across the national statistical system. Also, statistical softwares, furniture, and equipment were provided to statistical units of MDAs. We've also supported in the development of the management information systems to strengthen administrative statistics of more than 10 MDAs. I think I have also highlighted some of the successes that I forgot. We also have to produce a compendium of concepts and definitions for the country. As I also indicated earlier, we also have a national development, a national data quality assessment framework. A data dissemination policy has also been developed. We've also rebased our CPI to 2020. These are some of the successes. Let me see if I forgot anything. Being part of his work can also be considered as a success, because we are benefiting from a $30 million US grant that we don't need to pay, but just to help us implement our major activities. Okay. Now to the challenges. Statistical capacity, which is defined by the World Bank as a nation's ability to collect, analyze, and disseminate high-quality data about its population and economy, the following can be regarded as the main challenges for development of statistics in the Gambia. That is, considering our role as the national statistical system, the following are some of the challenges that we face. Limited financial resources. That is, government's contribution to statistical operation is limited and always disbursed late. Funding from traditional partners is also shrinking. I think you all understand what I meant by this. Government's contribution, as I have earlier indicated, only comes, the subvention, most of it only comes to provide for our operational costs and personal emoluments. Normally, only 1/3 of the annual budgets is provided by government, and this only goes to cover personal emoluments and operational costs, which means if you are to rely on funds that come from the government only, we will not conduct any major activity, statistical activity. Of course, other traditional partners such as the UNDP, the UNFPA, our support from them is also going down. We all know why. And if we are to rely on these traditional partners, that means we may end up not conducting our activities. Human resource constraint, very limited capacities, that is in terms of numbers and in terms of quality. We have, like I said, we have a revised organizational structure that was done in 2018. But then it's difficult for us to fill the positions that have been created simply because we don't have the capacity to fill, but also we don't have the resources to fill these positions. And because we also don't have a learning institution, it is difficult for us to train statisticians in the country. So producing the needed statistics, as we all know, requires a statistical system with diverse statistical knowledge and skills. This is very limited in the country and exacerbated by the lack of a statistical training center in the country. I think the coming of AmariStat would salvage us from this to some extent. A limited statistical infrastructure. Of course, we are improving on this a lot. As I have, I think the census is a blessing in disguise for us. It has made a lot of things provided to us, the necessary servers, devices, and so many things have been provided because we can't take the risk to miss anything during the census. So a lot has been improved, but we still have a lot to be done. But not also, because when you refer to the National Statistical System, it's not only the Gambia Bureau of Statistics, but also our partners or other key stakeholders. And considering what prevails in those institutions, and we still need to have more statistical infrastructure to enhance production of statistics in the Gambia. Limited coordination powers to control statistical activities in the country. The current Statistics Act does not give us a lot of powers to control statistical operations in the country. And this is why the need for us to have a new Statistics Act. I don't know, like my colleague from, we said Australian, said we are also facing a big problem in enacting the statistics bill. We have produced a bill in 2019, but still it's a problem for us to have this bill enacted. We've been communicating with the Ministry of Finance. They've told us to produce a cabinet paper that we did. And so from time to time, they ask us to produce this, we do that. But still, it's not tabled at the National Assembly. Of course, this year, because of the census, we could not make any follow-ups. For the past years, we've been following them. I know after the census, we will follow them again. Limited political will to support statistical operations. We are also facing this. Sometimes, I don't know what is the problem. Like others would say, I think politicians want to see tangible things to tell the electorates that, look, this is what we have done. And with statistics, maybe, they cannot influence them. I think this is one of the reasons that is affecting the support that we receive from government. When I discuss, anytime I have discussions with my honorable minister, it seems he understands our problems more than I as the head of that institution. And he appreciates statistics a lot. But I don't know why is he not supporting statistical operations. That is my biggest question. Anytime I have discussions with him, he comes with fantastic ideas. And the way he expressed the need for statistics is a problem. He has been pushing for us to conduct the economic census and the business enterprise survey for the past 2 years. And he will always tell me that we'll give you funds. Whenever I write, the funds are never available. And they need it. They need this because the GDP at the moment does not reflect the realities on the ground. And because of other indicators that are measured against the GDP that is not favoring them, they want it to be, they want the rebasing to be done. But they are still not providing funds. Now they are relying on the World Bank project for us to conduct the economic census. So I believe there is no political will. At some point I had a discussion with the vice president, and he told me, because he was a planner at the Ministry of Education, one time the head of their planning directorate. He was also a member of the National Statistical Council. And he said, I think we should bring your institution under the office of the vice president to give it the recognition it requires. And I supported that. I don't know what are the implications. And I started discussing with some of my colleagues in this. But the problem is this. My experience also working with this minister is always either the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Finance or the minister that always have impact on how much we received. If you are lucky that you have a minister there who is data conscious, or a permanent secretary that is data conscious, you get most of the support that you need. But others don't, frankly speaking. We will continue to engage them to ensure that they recognize. And I believe they recognize, but I don't know what is the problem, because there were times that they were pushing for that any policy or anything, any program that is developed is backed by evidence. Any decision that is made is backed by evidence. And that was the time everybody started producing data. But the challenge also, like I said, is how do we compare this data? Even though we have the National Compendium of Concepts and Definitions, we are not sure whether we are adopting it at our various institutions. It's still a challenge. The non-availability of management information system, that is the administrative statistics. This is a challenge because it's difficult for institutions to produce the data that comes out of their administrative functions. But like I said earlier, we are working with the development partners, and also we are going to use part of the funds of His Worker project to ensure that most of the ministries or departments in the country have a management information system that will make data availability easier for all of us. Any other challenges? I think. All right. On this note, thank you very much for.
Thank you very much, General from the Republic of Gambia. It appears our energy levels are going down. So we will take the next presentation, then we take a 10-minute health break, if that is okay with us. From the look of things, I think it's okay with us to take the next presentation, then we come back. What's the pleasure of the House? On this note, may I invite Professor Kwabena Enim to give us the next presentation from Ghana. Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Kojo, once again. Colleagues, before I get into my presentation, kindly let me recognize some colleagues online, and they have joined because at some point they supported the process in terms of the technical documentation and also support in terms of this organization. So virtually we've been joined by Abdullah Beidu, who is the team tax leader for Ghana under the World Bank project. Rose Mungai, who is also supporting Liberia and Sierra Leone, is also joining us online. And also, as was indicated, Mesha has joined online. We have colleagues from GPSDD Empire 21 that would join us in the course of time. In the interest of time, I'll try and skip some of the issues that my colleagues have highlighted. But as I listened to my colleagues, I was asking Oliver whether I've deviated from the presentation or not. What we see on the slide here is talking about the data production side, which most of my colleagues, in fact, all my colleagues have talked about it. But what I want to point out here is the ultimate goal of the work that we do. And as I said in my remark, at the center of the work that we do is the people. And the connection between statistics and the people are the policies. Our national strategy for the development of statistics elapsed in 2022. We're currently in the process of developing our third NSDS, but I'll walk you through these 10 issues that are governing or are guiding the work that we do at Ghana Statistical Service. So in terms of current strategies, these are the 10 areas that I'm going to talk about. As I indicated, it's only the first two out of the 10 issues that will focus on data production. Our ultimate goal at Ghana Statistical Service are the 8 other issues, that is strategies for us to get to the people. We all agree that political will is low. We all agree that funding is low, but we cannot simply accept that challenge and say that we're going to work with it. What we have to do as National Statistical Office is identify new strategies by which data and statistics will be compelling for governments to use. And that is why you see that on slides 3, 4, and 5, I focus on the use of statistics, public engagement, and dissemination of statistics. If we don't think through this carefully, the policy engagement would have a challenge. If we want to sit back and say that policymakers would invite us to use our statistics, it might never happen. We have to identify strategies, as I said, for it to be compelling. The 3 last issues that I think might be missing in the work that we do are conversations around data stewardship, conversations around institutional strengthening, and statistical systems and sustainability. All colleagues talked about sources of data being traditional surveys and censuses. Our conversation around non-traditional data sources has started, but we really need to step it up. For us at Ghana Statistical Service, we've confronted all the different dimensions of non-traditional data sources, be it administrative data, be it citizens data, be it website scraping, be it big data. All the front of non-traditional data sources are our focus now. The reason why we do that, which I'm going to talk about later, is the threat that national statistical offices are facing because of artificial intelligence. Now, every other agency, especially the private sector, is able to produce data. But we have to protect the fundamental principles around official statistics and hold on to that mandate, that irrespective of the fact that data is being produced everywhere, official statistics will require that we follow some guidelines. So in my last engagement with development partners, which I talked about, I said we have to consciously, deliberately, rebrand the use of data to microdata in the context of official statistics. We all talk about producing data, but we are not focusing on the frequency of it. We have for the first time said to ourselves that when it comes to household income and expenditure survey, which my colleague from Liberia talked about, we're going to do it quarterly. So since 2022, our focus is not the production of household income and expenditure survey, but the focus is on the frequency. That is the only circumstance by which you can compare and say that this particular intervention made an impact, because it's going to align with the time of intervention, and at another point you can say that this particular intervention did not make an impact. We've started a recent conversation on what we are calling the data architecture. We really need to work towards that as a statistical community. And if you think about it in the context of architecture, nobody is going to contest the fact that it has to start with a national data set based on your ID and your population housing census. A number of NSOs, including Ghana, are doing population housing census, are doing business censuses, are doing agricultural censuses, and we have no sense of how these different censuses should be linked up. But once you think about it from an architecture point of view, then you follow these 4 layers that we first proposed. I'm looking forward to this discussion as we get into this. The 5th one is about data integration. Really, the complexities of the challenges that we have, census cannot solve that problem. Living standard cannot solve that problem. Administrative data, standalone data sets cannot solve our problems. The only way we can solve our problems is if we actively integrate data, look at different sides of issues, and that is why at Ghana Statistical Service we built a statistical online bank. Going forward, we are hoping that we're going to have a central repository which will not be only a statistical online bank, but will be a central repository with data, statistics, and policies. My colleagues have talked about scope of statistics. As I sat down, I said, if we want to satisfy the international community, if you do 32 publications in a year, you are fine. 12 CPI, 12 PPI, giving you 24. If you are good, you do quarterly labor statistics. If you are good, you do trade statistics. You satisfy all the IMF, World Bank, 32 publications. You are fine. But what we've not done as individual countries and collectively is to think about our context-specific statistics that we need. So really, the conversation at Ghana Statistical Service is, why are we not giving prominence to poverty, food insecurity, things that we know are the challenges of the continent, the same prominence that we are giving to GDP and inflation or other price indices? So at the minimum, if we want to give it the same prominence, then we all should be thinking about a minimum of 64 publications every year, matching the international demands to the local demands. My colleague talked about agricultural statistics last in 2010. Ghana, we did 1984. We waited all through to 2017, over a 34-year period, to do agricultural statistics. And that is where we find our labor. But every quarter, we put out GDP with agricultural statistics based on some estimations. So we really have gotten to the point where we need to think about the scope of statistics from a context point of view. Our statistical production has mainly been bivariate, gender, age, related to different issues. But if we want to understand how to bring down all the menace that we have, malnutrition, unemployment, and all that, we really need to move away from doing cross-tabulations and not telling government that if you take away the base effect, this is what your inflation would be. If you take into consideration exchange rate, which is not part of the measurement of inflation, this is what it's going to be. That analytical part of the work that we are supposed to do is missing. And that is why we are fully embracing this statistical institute, not only from a statistical training point of view, but from a research point of view. And that is what we need to do if we really want to deal with the things that we talk about. It's fine, we're collecting data, but we really need to keep an eye on the turnaround. My office, we are always saying, if you collect data and it's more than 6 months before you put out the report, you better off don't put it out. Because the circumstances within that 6-month period might have changed. And that is why the census, we said, make sure 41 days after you exit the field, you put out your data, so that it will be of real value to you. So it's not just a matter of conducting the censuses and the surveys, but a turnaround time between the data collection and the release of the report. Automation. the kind of agenda I'm going to talk about and external engagement. I jump into the use of statistics. We are now very conscious about whether our statistics are making inroads into policy documents or not. The key question is, how do you measure it? Do you take one policy document and count the number of times that they are using your statistics, or you take a single policy document, once you see a statistic from Ghana Statistical Service, you say, yes, they are using your statistics. Do you go ahead and promote the use of statistics? We do census, we bring together public universities, we make available the data to them, we say analyze it, come out with whatever is innovative, and let's see how you can get better insight into the data that you have. A number of us here might have seen that document that puts out the fact that every $1 in a statistical system has $32 in return. This is one of our baits in our conversations with the policymakers. And we relate this to even other financial investments that we have in the country and tell them that this is the evidence in terms of demonstrating the value of the statistics that we have. Our target is the public, and I'm going to talk about that. One specific thing that we did during last year's African Statistics Week was a statistical knowledge context where we equip people with the needed statistical literacy. User satisfaction survey is what all of us we do. In terms of dissemination, again, this is an area that as national statistical offices we need to pay particular attention to. We talk about dissemination of statistics, but we hardly talk about the further use and dissemination of the micro data set. The formats that we put them in, the timing of the release of the micro data. Normally we publish and we take time to release the micro data. So people are not able to align the relevance of the data at the time that the data was collected. We're currently engaging all our MDAs to make sure that it's not only the micro data and statistics that comes out, but the metadata explaining the limitations of the data also comes with it. We are engaging with academic community to do analytical report, as I talked about. We have introduced a mentorship program. Numbers 4 and 5 is giving us the window for deeper analysis of the data that we collect. Get our own staff being mentored by people in academia and see how we can go beyond the bivariate analysis that we always see in our reports. Take the conversation forward and have a special journal issue on the census to see how we can deepen the analytical report. And as I said, from the data integration point of view, our demographic and health survey, at least 20 issues have been identified. We are all constrained financially, but through small area estimation, although the sample is not representative at the district level, we'll be able to document, do analysis based on small area estimation at the district level. Dissemination of statistics. We need to be deliberate about it. We need to be conscious about it. If we produce things the way we keep producing it, monographs, 500 pages, 200 pages, nobody has time to read them. We have an in-house writing style guide that has identified at least 10 different formats of disseminating our statistics. Right from thematic briefs, through fact sheets, scorecards, to communiques. If you do that, you have the audience in mind. So if you are thinking about a minister who is sitting at cabinet and you want the minister to go and bring a report to make reference, that is not going to happen. This is why you need a fact sheet. This is why you need a scorecards. Then we take the conversation forward. Technology has caught up with us. Hard copies of our printouts will not take us that far. We really need to think about making things very handy. So we have what we call the Digital Census Atlas from our 2021 Population Housing Census. You need to get the data at a very disaggregated level. So we have what we call the rasterized map, which gives us information on every 1,000 by 1,000, every 1,000 meter by 1,000 meter area. And recently what we've done, still work in progress, which you see on the top right, is a mobile app, which ministers can easily make reference to when you want to find the characteristics at the district level. And that is what you have on the right-hand side. On the bottom left is our statistical online bank, where we have the integrated data through censuses, macroeconomic data, and all the surveys that would help us integrate different data sets and do different analytical work. We've shared the links to serve that purpose, and the same on this slide as well for the districts app. Our conversations on policy engagement has been demand-driven rather than supply-driven. And this gives us a sense that we are checking the box on our relevance. So we see cabinet briefings being invited. We release poverty reports. We see parliamentary subcommittees inviting us, finance committee telling us, come and explain better the CPI figures. But I'll quickly jump this to what I think we really need to focus on. I think we've missed the conversation on policy engagement at the expense of public and private sector engagement. These are the people that, through accountability, they'll get policymakers to get closer to the national statistical system. This should be our new target. So every now and then, we make sure that at least once a week, statistical service is represented in the media. Every now and then, we don't put out a statistic without building the capacity of media. If we target properly from the public-private sector perspective, as I said, it will be more demand-driven from the policymaker perspective, which now we think that the political will is low. Data stewardship. This is a conversation that is not really happening. Last week, I was on one of the media stations, I think, and the question was, why do you think your statistics is important? And I said, should be important. The only way out is transparency. The only way out is make conscious effort to clarify any misconceptions, any misunderstanding when the statistics is not used properly. Have in your documentation processes for rebuttals. Have in your documentation processes for providing further information. We need to be steward of the data, whether it was produced by us or not. We did population projections last week, a couple of days back, and prior to that, we are the World Bank and other international agencies putting Ghana's population at 34 million for 2024. And ahead of the release, I said that we need to be mindful of the processes that the World Bank used, the processes that we've used, so that we don't say that the 33 million that we've put out there is not consistent with what the World Bank has put out. And I've sat in a number of meetings that agencies, while they were waiting for us, use population projections either by the UN or the World Bank because it is available. So we need to be mindful about data stewardship, protecting the data that we have, and once you do that consistently, you get policymakers come by. Institutional strengthening, a couple of years back, we initiated this. We've had our new organogram. We are hoping that AmariStat intervention would help us share this and see what colleagues have and see how we can benchmark what we do. But what is important for me is on this slide, where all of us have talked about our laws being elapsed and little conversations about the functionality of the laws from the legislative instrument point of view. A number of us have talked about what we are doing, the conversations around contemporary way of doing things, it's minimal. We need to be deliberate with our roadmaps. If there is a statistical office in this century, and we are not talking about a roadmap for data science, a roadmap for artificial intelligence, a roadmap for geospatial analysis, a roadmap for data integration, then we will be contributing to the inequalities that will be associated with all these evolutions. They have come to stay with us. They're going to bring about inequalities. It is the role of national statistical offices to bridge that gap through their reflections on these roadmaps. We have in our documentation a competency framework, a training strategy we have. And the last part of the conversation would be about our statistical system and sustainability. I'm running through these things because some of them have been discussed. We have seen successes Again, I was telling Oliver that the successes that we see across all the 5 NSOs vary. So even definition of what success is one of the reasons why we need to come together and define what success is. When my colleague from Nigeria indicated that in 2023 they had over 180 publications, I said, we better close down Statistical Service, Ghana, because this is what I'm doing. Then quickly I turned and looked at my head for Social Statistics Directorate and my deputy government statistician, who argued that through the use of AI, we were able to do 261 administrative reports for all our metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies. And here we count them as one. So I'm going to revise my note, Mr. Seydu. So this is what we are doing. But on this slide, what I want to show is not just the number. All of us as statisticians, we know that it's about the consistency and the comparability. So what this slide tries to show is that, are we able to represent ourselves weekly in the media, in the public space, in terms of what we are doing? So every month in the last 6 months, have we been able to show that at least 4 publications are out? With the exception of, I think, January, that we did 3 publications, and February 1. From May onwards, we have been deliberate about, and on the average, at the minimum, make sure that 4 publications would go out every month, with the thought that it would give us a representation at least on the average once a week per month. This is how we are trying to ensure that we make statistics compelling. My last slide on challenges, and this is where I also think I've deviated. We really need to pay attention to the word traverse. In the early days of my career, anytime I hear that government is not happy, opposition is not happy, government is happy, opposition is not happy, then I got worried. What is going to happen to the position? But really, if you're a national statistician, you need to traverse. You need to go back and forth. Because statistics one day will tell you the bitter truth. Statistics another day would align with your expectation. So if statistics is always telling you the bitter truth, and statistics is always making you people like you, then there's a problem somewhere. So you really need to traverse. And that is the only way you can impact livelihoods. And once you are traversing, it would naturally strengthen the link between data, statistics, and policies, which should be our ultimate goal, and that is the first slide that I showed to you. You recall I talked about the data architecture. This is because we don't have a framework. All of us here, we do GDP because IMF, World Bank says we should do GDP. I don't know the number of countries that every year they sit around the table and say that this is the statistics we need to produce. This is the conversation, this is the advocacy that we are putting forward now. Until government realizes the need to say that on a quarterly basis, we give targets to the National Statistical Office in terms of the statistics that they have to produce, we've not reached the point where we can say that our statistics is being used. Earlier presentation talked about the National Statistical System. If you take a number of the laws, including that of Ghana, it says that the National Statistical Office would coordinate the National Statistical System. We also have the National Statistics Advisory Committee. And I say it is time all of us rethink the independence of National Statistical System. Last week, the Government Statistical Services of the UK, also GSS, which oversees all statistics in the United Kingdom and is independent of the Office of the National Statistics, issued a statement that going into the elections, every statistics that will be put out there will be interrogated, and if it's not right, it would be clarified. I sent the same message to my board. I didn't say anything. And I was thinking that the response would also issue the same. Kojo, don't go and tell them I said that. But the response is yet to come. We really need to get to the point where we define our independence based on our authority of the National Statistical System, where the government's statistical services, as we have in the UK, which is independent, can boldly say that if you misuse statistics, we're going to put it in the right way. But if your board is made up of government employees, if the government statistician is scared of political issues, then to a large extent, we are careful in our dispensation. So we really need to ensure that that blurry relationship between the National Statistical System, its functions, its role, and the National Statistical Office is cleared. It's made independent, it's not under the board, it's not a coordinating role, then really that independence can be achieved. I won't highlight the issues of human capacity, but I put it last to underscore the importance of AmariStat. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Shall we clap for Professor Samuel Enim once more? He has re-energized us, but still we will take 10 minutes health break. And when we come back, we'll give the floor to the founder of AmariStat. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's take 10 minutes break. We have coffee, tea, and the washroom is when you turn right, look on your right after walking 20 steps. You will see the washroom there. You won't miss it. So 10 minutes break starting from now. What's the time now? So we'll reconvene at 12 o'clock. Thank you. May I respectfully ask participants to resume their seats for the last section. We are resuming our seats for the last session. May I remind members that our time is up, our health break is over, the next session is about to begin. So we could take our snack and take it to our tables. So we sip whilst we listen. Sip and listen. We are getting to the highlight of today's event. Gradually, we are inching towards there. So as we wait for the moderator to take his seat, then we shall proceed. So thank you, Papa, for taking your seat. Now we have your permission to proceed. The next presentation is going to be made by the brain behind today's lunch. And I guess some of us may be wondering, who is the brain behind today's activity? He's a man with varied experience and exposure, working in both local and international organizations, engaging with all African countries with the name GNC. So if your country begins with J, you know he has once worked with you. Some of these include Gambia, Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Ghana, all the C's and G's when I checked. In addition, he has also worked with Tanzania, advising government statisticians in Ghana, Tanzania, Nigeria, Mali, and all other countries. He's a man of many paths and experience. And he has worked with the World Bank in Liberia and several other countries, including DFID. He's a man who deals and sleeps and dreams statistics. No wonder he's the brain behind this. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Professor Emmanuel Fiajo, who will be making the next presentation on harmonizing and benchmarking and improving statistics in Anglophone West Africa. The energy is low. Let's welcome him for his wonderful work done. Please.
Thank you very much. It gives me a great pleasure to be here with you all. And for those of you who came from far, the DGs of Nigeria or Secretary General? Statistical General. Okay, so, and we have the Ghana Government Statistician, the Statistician General Nigeria, Director General, Liberia Institute of Statistics and Geoinformation Services. On behalf of AmariStat, I would like to thank you all for making the time to be here with us to launch AmariStat. This is an idea whose time has come. It's born out of, I would say, a little bit of frustration working in some African countries where the capacity there seemed to be a little bit not with par with other countries. And some of my friends over here, Mr. Danso Menu, please, could you stand up? And then, yes, thank you. Mr. Ebo Duncan, right at the back over there. They've all worked with me in the past, not only at the statistical office over here, but also in Liberia. I've learned a lot from them, and today I'm here to listen more than to give a long speech and, share experiences and what have you. But listen, learn, and then at some point come up with a program note, one with which we can all work together in helping beef up the capacity of your various countries. I remembered a couple of years back working in Mali. I had the opportunity to work with some of the folks at the AmariStat. And I realized the French created an institution that was providing needed support to some of the Francophone African countries, which we don't have in West Africa. Then I also find out that they have also a central bank system, unlike the central bank system that we have in West Africa. Each country has its own central bank. In the Francophone African countries, the Francophone countries have one central bank system. For instance, in West Africa, I believe the office is in Dakar. And they have also capacity building outfits over there that support national account statistics and other key economic statistics in those countries. So it was with that in mind, I thought, given some of the challenges faced by most of our countries, particularly in West Africa, it's important to create some of an institution similar to AmariStat, not exactly AmariStat, but then something similar, with the view that the capacity challenges could be addressed in adapting an approach that is tailored for some of the specific countries. Now, what am I talking about? Today, we have a recent report by the World Bank on the capacity building that suggests that most of sub-Saharan African countries lack regional competitors on the statistical capacity building scale. Additionally, the need to produce economic and social statistics for poverty reduction strategies, millennial development goals, under tight deadlines and shoestring budgets add significant pressure to the statistical system, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa. Furthermore, inadequate funding, poor donor coordination, and absence of financial architecture to guide resource mobilization continue to hamper capacity effort of the national statistical offices. To address these challenges, some development partners, including the World Bank, created special statistical trust funds to support some of the capacity building initiatives. And also the IMF and of course, we have our brother here from ECA. They all provide support to some of these countries, but that's with some of them with mixed results. So some of us, came together, including my board chair, Mr. Misha Bikindas, who is in Washington, and agreed to come up with a program note, one that will be adopted by the countries in West Africa, and we thought of just focusing on West Africa for now, and then more so the Anglophone countries, and see how best, we craft our program note to support their capacity building initiative and possibly expand from there to other countries. With that in mind, I think some of you receive a background note. Unfortunately, we don't have it here on the table. And that's supposed to guide our thinking going forward. And whilst I'm here, I would love to listen to you all also as to some of the ways in which we can improve further on the background document. Now, basically, the AmariStat, its purpose is to offer timely technical support to statistical offices in the Anglophone countries and help disseminate data and provide just-in-time thematic reports to inform policy decisions as needed. Okay. The main objective also is to preempt capacity building framework to enable benchmarking and NSO efforts on the continent, more so in West Africa sub-region. The aim is to guide NSO member countries to embed in their NSDS a unified and structured capacity building framework. More specifically, the Institute seeks to develop a structured and harmonized training program across all member countries and establish a roadmap to progressively build capacity of the NSOs, and also to design country-specific training strategies and competencies frameworks, and to create a platform for benchmarking statistical products and performances. Okay. And having said that, I would like to also highlight the fact that having worked on staff assessment of various PRSs of African countries, you find out that a lot of the PRSs are not well, a lot of the NADSs are not well aligned with the PRSs. And that also creates problem in terms of funding for your statistical activities. Then you also have this situation where at the World Bank, you have CPIAs, the Country Performance Assessment Framework. That's what they use in trying to provide funding for your projects and programs across the board. Now, often you find out that most of those CPIAs, the data that is used for the CPIAs, I think Professor Nim touched on some of the issues we encountered, doing the assessment. You collect data from different sources in what we call the hoochie-coochie method and try to make sense out of them, but at the end, really not making any meaningful, I would say meaningful, what is the word to use? I would not say come up with something that is different, but really coming up with something that is substandard, right? And looking forward, I thought it's important that we help some of these countries to provide adequate data in trying to support some of these initiatives, because the better your CPI rating, the more funding you get from the IFIs, and so on and so forth. And also for the PRSs, if the NSDS are not well done and well costed, then it becomes a problem as to how that can be absorbed within the national budget. And we have seen that in a lot of the Francophone African countries. I'm not sure about Ghana. In some countries like Mozambique, when I worked there a couple of years back, that was a problem. To some extent in Equatorial Guinea, that was also a problem over there. So I think having AmariStat for the West African countries to work with the various or the member countries in trying to come up with a way in helping beef up the capacity to produce reliable, accurate, and timely data, I think it's an idea whose time has come, and we are equal to the task, and looking forward to cooperate with you all in trying to make this a success. Now, I would be telling you guys a lie if I raise expectation of meeting all your needs. That's not going to happen. We're not going to be able to meet the needs of every single statistical offices that are represented over here. But what I can promise you is that with our team of experts across the board, we will definitely endeavor in working with you in coming up with a program note that will help definitely beef up your capacity, and probably even better than what AfriStat is able to do with the Francophone African countries. I really appreciate Professor Enim's commitment, effort in trying to work with us in making this happen, along with the colleagues that I've asked, KB Dansomenu and Ibu Duncan and the rest who've worked with us over the years in trying to put together this program note. Of course, I'll be remiss if I don't mention VIDA, Dr. Afrey Jan, who's worked with us behind the scene in putting together this program. Who else am I missing here? Of course, the MC and all those that have worked with us behind the scene in trying to put this together. It's never an easy task in trying to mobilize folks on a short notice in trying to have a program like this. And having people coming from Addis Ababa, Nigeria, of course, Sierra Leone, the Gambia, and did I say Nigeria? Yes. So, and I thank you all very much, and we are equal to the task and looking forward to working with you to make this a success.
Let's give it one more for him for his thoughts and living his dream. We thank you very much for your words. The next is we are trying to vary the program a little, so we'll take fraternal messages before we come to our guest of honor. So when he speaks and launch the program, then we take vote of thanks. So we will like to go online to listen to one of our partners before we move to the board chair of AmariStat. So we would like to invite Claire Melamed, who is the CEO for Global Partnership for Data for Development. Claire will share her fraternal message with us before we move to the board chair of AmariStat. So Claire, over to you. Please go ahead and speak.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Moderator. Thank you to all the assembled guests and dignitaries, and particularly to those who've already spoken and shared their reflections and challenges and really presented us, I think, with the clearest possible case for why AmariStat is so needed and the huge contribution it's going to make. And I absolutely commend all of you as strongly as I possibly can on this initiative and wish you every success. As Professor Enim mentioned, it is election day where I'm speaking in London in the UK, and it's over the last 6 weeks of the campaign, we have all been reminded again and again as strongly as possible the critical importance of data and statistics in politics and in policy. And I'm extremely proud that the Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data Network, the 800 partners that make up our network, with national statistics offices above all as the key partners who we serve, that we've been able to bring together those national statistics offices, many of you represented here today, and other allies and partners to mobilize the power of data, make it visible to those politicians who we need to fund it and to legislate for it, and to make it useful for the decision makers and those who use that data to make lives better. I've absolutely no doubt that AmariStat and all those who are working so hard to realize the promise of these kind of collaborations is going to be a huge step forward in making sure that we do mobilize the power of data to benefit lives across West Africa and beyond. So to all of you gathered today, I'm very sorry that I can't be with you. I'm very excited about this initiative, look forward to doing whatever we are able to do within the Global Partnership to help drive progress, and wish you an excellent rest of your day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Claire, for your brief message. We appreciate the message, and so keep listening to the rest of the program. We'll move on to the next person, who is the board chair for AmariStat. He's in the person of Misha, Dr. Misha Beckendash. So Dr. Misha Beckendash, please, if you are ready, let's listen to your message.
Thank you very much. I am very pleased and I'm very proud to be here today with you on the opening of AmariStat. This is a great initiative, and when I was approached by Dr. Viazzo, I immediately agreed to jump into that initiative and to work with him and others to make it happen. I'm extremely pleased that today in the audience, we had all five heads of statistical offices of the countries which we hope will benefit from AmariStat initiatives. We will look very seriously at the programs. I am aware that we will look not only at the improvement of technical capabilities of staff and in the statistical offices, but we need to look at other issues which are even sometimes more important. That is the openness of data. That is the ethical issues which statistical offices face from outside and internally, and many, many other things. I am really, really happy that this is happening today, which is an Independence Day here in the United States. So we also have to be reminded that statistical offices should be independent as much as possible and deliver the results they need. Thank you very much, and I wish all of us success.
Thank you very much, Misha. We are grateful for your fraternal message. We will take other virtual messages before we come to in-person ones. That will be delivered by Danish Embassy. That will be in person, ONS in person, and then UNFPA. So if you heard your name, please prepare to make a statement. Now we shall move to virtual, online, and invite Abdullahi Bedu, who is a country tax leader for Ghana. He is leading the World Bank program that we are implementing, HISWAP. Abdullah, if you can hear me, please deliver your fraternal message.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Can you see me?
Very well.
Okay, thank you very much.
You are live in Ghana.
Okay, thank you very much, and congratulations for a very successful event. Just to join my voice to indeed tell that on the World Bank side, so we're happy to see this initiative for the Anglophone country in West Africa, because as you have it has been said for the Francophone part of ECOWAS country, so we have institutions that we are already working with that provide technical assistance to indeed National Statistical Office. So and to see the theme of the day for the launch of the event is perfectly meet what we are also already supporting in West Africa, which through our two regional projects in West Africa, we are supporting the harmonization and improvement for statistics in the region. So as I said, we are already working with almost now in West Africa. I will say that all the countries in West Africa are getting support from the World Bank through our two regional projects. One that has been launched in 2020, the harmonization, the HISWA project, harmonization and improvement statistics in West Africa, a project of about $400 million. And also the second project that came to complement the first one, because the first one was covering 7 countries in West Africa, and we add another project that started last year that add 8 additional countries in West Africa, the harmonization and improvement statistics in West and Central Africa, because in the meantime we also added West African country in our support. So this second project for West Africa alone, the second project is about 460 million. So overall, the 2 projects that we currently have to support statistical development in West Africa is more than $800 million. Just to say that we will continue. Our commitment is to continue supporting statistical development in the country. So this initiative of AmariStat, I think, gives us an opportunity for the next regional projects that we are about to start preparing in West Africa. So it gives us an opportunity to see how indeed to take into consideration this new institution that will provide capacity building in the region, like what we are doing right now for Francophone country, as I said, because, for instance, we have in the current regional projects that we have set aside $10 million that are supporting capacity building for Francophone countries. So we are happy to see this institution, and we'll continue supporting the region in capacity building, given the importance roles that capacity building play in producing statistics, but also in sustainability of our support. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Abdullahi, we will take another in-person, virtual fraternal message from Rose Mungai of the World Bank, who is responsible for Liberia and other countries. Rose Mungai, please, if you are ready, let's hear your message.
Good morning, everybody. I am thrilled to attend this occasion on the establishment of AmariStat Institute. As we delve deeper into all the statistical endeavors, it is important to take a moment to reflect on the collective journey and the incredible progress that statistics offices have made independently and together. As we all know, and as mentioned by everybody, statistics have evolved over time. And it's not just about numbers and data. It's more about understanding the patterns, making informed decisions, and ultimately making a difference in our respective fields, as that was mentioned before by all the DGs and the SGs. Each one of you has played a crucial role in driving projects in your country, from designing robust studies to meticulously analyzing the data and interpreting these results. But your role has got to continue and has got to change and to be more forceful. And the role of the statistics, the NSO's dedication and expertise is truly commendable. Your work and all the work of all the producers and users of statistics often comes with its fair share of challenges, and from complex data sets to tight deadlines. It is this camaraderie together and the mutual support of each one of you will enable all of you to overcome these hurdles. Remember that every challenge we face or you face is an opportunity to learn, to grow, and to innovate. And as all you mentioned about AI, traditional data collection has always been the norm. But with time, all this is changing. We have the phone service, we have artificial intelligence, we have geospatial data. So the data landscape has really changed over time. And the statistics office have also got to evolve. By working together and sharing your knowledge, you're going to elevate not just your individual projects, but you're also going to support each other. And that's why the establishment of this institute comes at a very crucial time, whereby I can imagine that there'll be short courses where you can send your staff to attend these trainings. And this is going to, with time, as you continue training and training and training, you're going to build a capacity. within the statistics offices, that you do not need to have expertise from out of the country or even internationally that will come to support you. So I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for this unwavering commitment and hard work. Let us continue to foster the spirit of collaboration and excellence. Let us keep pushing the boundaries, questioning the status quo, as I think one of the SDGs DD mentioned, and striving for accuracy and innovation in everything that we do. As we move forward, let's take time to celebrate. Take time to celebrate your successes, no matter how small they are. Every step, and even with Amaris Institute, every step forward is a testament to your collective effort and dedication. Rome was not built in one day, and we never climbed the mountain from the top. We climb it from the bottom. It's steps every day that builds this success. And together, this is not just a team, but this is going to be a family of statisticians united by a passion for data and your drive to make a meaningful impact. Thank you for being an essential part to this journey. Here's to many, many achievements and many milestones ahead. All the best and congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rose, for your words of wisdom. Indeed, we don't climb the mountain from the top, we descend from the top. We will take one last virtual remarks, then we'll move to the UNFPA country person here. So shall we invite Monsieur Philip of Paris 21 to give us his fraternal message? Monsieur Philip, nous sommes prêts ici. Monsieur Philip, if you can hear us, we are ready for you. Then let's make progress. Shall we invite the UNFPA person, Mr. Wilfred Okra, to give us the development partners' fraternal message? Let's welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The government statistician, my friend Professor Anim, government statisticians and statistician generals or director generals from the other national statistics offices, the director from UNECA with your colleague, the leadership of AmariStat, colleagues from development partners, the NSO, Embassy of Denmark, UNESCO, UNFPA, management and staff of Ghana Statistics Service. I'd like to speak on behalf of the development partners in Ghana, and in particular the Embassy of Denmark and the National Statistics Office and UNFPA. We would like to send one joint message to this meeting. Just as a quick background, UNFPA, together with the Embassy of Denmark, is the current co-chair of the Ghana Statistical Service and Development Partners Coordination Framework. Previously, it was UNICEF and IOM, but in all these with the technical support of the NSO in the person of William. Come again? NOS? ONS, yes, that's the Office of National Statistics. Thank you. Thank you very much for that correction. So with the strong technical support from ONS in all this, even up to now, that's why we are delivering one message. We are glad to join the meeting today and quite happy to witness the launch or the birth of AmariStat in Ghana in the presence of the 5 Anglophone national statistical offices. We believe and we look forward to closer collaboration with AmariStat as we think there are other opportunities that can be tapped to support the statistical agenda in the different country offices, but more so for us here in Ghana. We commend the NSOs for your presentations. I think there are quite many learnings from the successes, from the challenges, and from some of your recommendations. And I think your presentations have also provided key highlights that we may need to take from. And I think, Amari, some of your work have already begun from this. For example, from the presentations, one could see a number of opportunities for South-to-South collaboration. Clearly, the mapping of capacities, of gaps, and of successes across the NSOs provide a basis for developing an institutionalized, structured South-to-South collaboration to support each of the NSOs, where the NSOs with the strength and the capacity could become the supplier of technical assistance support to to the NSOs with weaker capacity, who then become recipients. We clearly saw some of the countries have no statistical training program, but again, some have such strong statistical training program. All these are areas for brokering the South-to-South collaboration and technical support. We've also seen where best practices can be studied, like a massive coordination structure in Nigeria, and adapted and used to support coordination for multiple actors in other countries. We could also see areas for joint initiatives across the countries and for collaboration. For example, standardization of legislative frameworks that address the gaps and challenges that we see, and how that can also be taken to improve legislation in the different countries. Issues around census observer missions and improving such tools and framework to standardize and improve the performance in that area. And perhaps also defining new instruments for measurements. For example, we talk of economic growth, but people are feeling cheated that perhaps we need to start talking of transformations, because the economic growth figures may be very rosy, but the actual translation into the transformation at community levels are missing. Again, this provides space for AmariStat and others in the NSO framework to come up with something that can help address some of these observations. We also see opportunities for us to quickly look through a life cycle approach in the whole issues around statistics and data, from birth to death. What does it mean for us in terms of harmonization and improving the databases and data collection system that speak to one another? We could also see clearly, I think Professor Nim brought this quite well, the production of data frequency and linking it to policy use and user demand for such data to guide timely decision making. But more importantly, the integration of global and regional reporting requirements and national reporting requirements, and the production and synchronization of the data that we produce. So again, all these are conversations that I think AmariStat could help to really bring the different partners together. But also we see, I think Professor Nim again said, for every $1 invested in data, we get $32 back. But what does that mean to a lay person, to a policymaker? I think in one conversation, I've had a situation where somebody said, maybe just make it as simple as saying, Wilfred, we want to make for you a nice kaftan. But then you make the kaftan without the data about Wilfred in terms of height, size, width, and all that aspect. So the waste in the material, the waste in the amount of money I spent to buy the excess material, the waste in the time that I use to make this and correct it, that if Wilfred measurement was provided upfront, so that there's targeted customization of the clothing to my size. And perhaps that's where the data precision helps us really to save a lot of cost and waste by giving us targeted information for targeted policy decisions and intervention. So again, trying to make meaning out of the data and statistics in a more user-friendly level for the different audiences. And more importantly, perhaps even bring the friendly jealousy neighborhood, where I know I am from region A in Ghana, and my data is compared and juxtaposed against region B. And then the regions start looking and having a conversation and a dialogue What does that mean, and why is my region performing like this, or my country performing against this? So the user-friendliness of the data that we bring forward will really help us to stimulate the conversation and also take up some ownership work around those. And finally, I think the issues around capacity building has really become interesting. There are many developments with AI, with artificial intelligence, with the need to geospatial and satellite imagery that is coming into the data space. My bigger question then is, how are these, because you're trying to focus on building capacities of statistical offices, which is excellent, but how do you also infuse this into the training of the statistics and into the training at university level? Do we foresee a situation where we need to concurrently build capacity of statistical offices and the research and academic training institution in some of these new areas of development, so that the new statisticians and demographers come up with competencies that is suitable for the market in a concurrent way? Otherwise, as partners in this space, we welcome the initiative, and we will be looking and having further conversations, I guess at different country levels, on how we can continue to support data, statistics, and statistical system. We thank you very much. We welcome the birth of AmariStat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilfred Okra, for your fraternal message. Next is the high point of today's event, where we'll be taking a speech from our guest of honor, who has been a statistical soldier in the trenches of his country. He rose to become the Director General, coordinating the statistical production in Zambia. Later, he became the regional advisor for IMF and moved on to work with African Development Bank. Currently, he is the Director for Africa Center for Statistics in UNECA. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Dr. Oliver Chingaya to deliver as our guest of honor. Dr. Chingaya. After his speech, we would like all the NSO leaders to join him to launch the AfriStat. So when we get AmariStat, sorry.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Moderator, I don't know how much time I have. Thank you. Before I do what I've been asked to do, I would like to make a few observations. First of all, in my capacity as Oliver Chinganya, the UN Economic Commission Chief Statistician, and also as Director for the Africa Center for Statistics. I saw quite a very interesting presentation that was made this morning. And I think what I want to do is perhaps provide a little bit of clarity, given that I sit at the regional level. I see more than one country, and I see the practices that take place in countries. Some of it, the observations have already been made by according to my junior brother, Sam, on the definitions of success, which was varied from country to country. And I think part of AmariStat's responsibility, which I think the job has been well cut out. There's no question about it. There's need, I think, in my view, to look at a number of things. First of all, it may be what do we mean by success? What does that actually mean? And perhaps, as part of defining that would be very useful to do that. In my view, success must also include impactfulness. It must be impactful. It must make changes in the lives of people. It should not be counting the beans. It should be something that goes to change, make changes into places. That's what I think. I think it's also success adds knowledge. And some people want to say information. Knowledge is only knowledge when it is used by others. It can be knowledgeable, but if it doesn't really add value, that's a problem. I also wanted to provide clarity on interesting suggestion that the national statistics perhaps must be at that very high level. And I want to make reference to Mozambique because my senior brother, Joe Roreo, was very close. I knew him. So what happened, Joe Roreo, the DG he was called president of the National Statistics Office. That was his title. He had the ministerial position. So
which was very good. Exactly what my brother, Johnny expressed, that, he had an entourage, he had all these people following him around wherever he went. That was really good. He would actually come to our meetings with a guard. He would be someone, following him around. Even if he goes to New York, we'll have someone that is actually protecting him because he was a minister. And that was good. But here is the problem. We as statisticians, we are saying that we want to be independent. How do we become independent if we want to be in the office of the president? If we want to be in the office of the vice president? It takes away that independence we are looking for. So what happened to this dear brother? Because he was a minister, he was fed like a minister. That's what happened. He is now teaching in the northern part of Pemba, to be precise, an island where he comes from. That's why he's teaching. He's going back to, he's a professor, he's going back to teach. Because he was, when government changed, he was fed just like another minister. So we should not allow ourselves to be aligned to any political connotation or appointment. I think what we should be striving for is to be as independent as much as possible. We know it means a lot of things when you say independence. We know it's not fully independent because we still get a grant from government. But we are saying that using the fundamental principles of official statistics, that allows to be so. So really, I would argue, Johnny, that no, let's not be at the level of the minister. Let us be independent, but with enough authority to be able to exercise and do our job properly. The other part that's very clear, which I think is also a well-cut-out job, is the issue of the harmonization of terms and so forth. I think, again, AmariStat is going to be taking part of that responsibility to make sure that when we say it's an orange, it's an orange. Not that an orange, but it looks like an orange, it's actually a nut. It should be an orange and nothing else. I think that would be very interesting to do this. One of the issues that also came out from the presentation was the issue of financing. I think we all look forward, I personally look forward to a point where we say, let's not front financing as an issue. We've been doing this for I don't know how many years, ever since I became a statistician. It's always financing, funding. Funding is a problem. But I think maybe the issue really we should be seeing that, I think Sam did mention is that, can we look at the needs of our policymakers? What is it that they want? Should we package our products in exactly the same form as we package for everyone else? I think the answer, no. You can't expect the Minister of Finance to read a 44-page document of text and make a decision, go to Parliament in 1 hour. It's not possible. He is looking for a one-pager, infographic, quick, and make decisions and run to Parliament and make decisions. That's what he's looking for. So perhaps it's the packaging. And I think that when we package, they say, your product will sell you. I think we should stop us saying it's funding. First of all, what can we do with what we have and make a difference with those resources? And perhaps what we produce can then begin to talk on our behalf to get the necessary funding that's required. I think that part of it is also, in my view, is, I think was also mentioned by the Director General, is can we identify new partners that we can work with? Trusted partners. Can we work with Google, Facebook? Now we have another new baby that's come out to be able to do some of these things and push our agenda much more effectively. So identifying new partners would be very, very useful. I thought I should just make that reflection before I actually start delivering this speech. So first of all, let me recognize, of course, our host, Professor Neem, and Emmanuel, who is really the pioneer, the initiator, and others that have done extremely excellent piece of work. I think for me and my colleague being here, we're excited to be part of this, and I'm going to talk about a little bit about that. So may I just say, distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues, and friends that are here, I'm deeply honored to stand before you today at this momentous occasion, the launch of the Amaris Institute of Statistics and Economic Research. This institute marks a significant milestone in our collective journey towards enhancing the quality and reliability of statistical systems across Anglophone and the broader West African region. Because I believe that it's just not, it's going to go beyond just the 5 countries. They will be learning, Emmanuel was talking about maybe doing much more than what AfriStat does, and I think we will be able to do that, including the southern part of the continent, which is where a number of the English-speaking countries are. So firstly, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers, sponsors, and everyone who has worked tirelessly to make this vision a reality. Your dedication and commitment have laid the foundation of an institution that will play a pivotal role in shaping the future of our national statistical systems. Robust national statistical systems are the backbone of informed decision-making and sustainable development. Accurate and timely data is essential for governments, businesses, and civil society to make evidence-based decisions that can drive economic growth, social progress, and environmental sustainability. In an era where data is often referred to as the new oil, our ability to harness and utilize the resource effectively is more critical than ever. Data, actually, in some cases, I've been saying it's a form of money, form of a currency, because it's going to be like that you have to exchange data for something. And that's what is going to be turning out very soon. So, distinguished guests, I want to say that last decade has witnessed an explosion of non-traditional and new data sources and automation of analytical and dissemination processes. Digital and technology developments have opened several avenues with new tools, solutions, infrastructures, capacity, and data sources. The engagement of scientists and programmers and upskilling of statisticians to acquire the needed knowledge, know-how to operate in this ever-changing data ecosystem and to handle technology and digital evolutions have become a necessary undertaking for all national statistical offices. We can no longer do our traditional way of doing things. Business as usual for national statistics is over. There are many players now, and some of those players actually have an ear of our governments. They are capable of producing something in 2 hours and get to our heads of state, our ministers, and give them a report which they will end up reporting on, while they are waiting for us as gatekeepers, statisticians, to produce the data that is only coming back after 2 months. It's no longer possible anymore, colleagues. And this is why when we hear about institutions having to set up a small little division, a section within the Stats Office to look at data science potentials, becomes very critical to do that. In the absence of that, I think it will be very hard for us to be able to remain relevant in this era. So this situation calls upon institutions such as AmariStat to help national statistical systems harness the potential of the new data sources and technology developments to respond to key challenges and opportunities to drive statistical activities efficiently. Some steps have already been initiated by regional institutions such as the Africa Center for Statistics at the UN Economic Commission for Africa, through the Data Science Campus and the Africa Regional Hub on Big Data and Data Science, including undertaking capacity activities, implementing data science projects, and conducting research and new methodological developments. I'd like to suggest that AmariStat join these initiatives, working together and expand on some of them into its member states, much deeper than what currently is being taken. I think that's what Emmanuel was trying to say, that I think we have to do much more than what's going on now, including supporting them to manage the new data ecosystem, which comprises new actors and players outside the traditional national statistical system. And therefore, I think the tasks of data stewardship, I think you saw a slide. There was a mention about data stewardship. The task of data stewardship, data governance, and data policy are receiving significant attention in recent times. This has required the audit of the human capacities of national statistical offices to assess their capabilities in undertaking these emerging frontiers. For instance, linking statistics to policy and undertaking of evaluation of policy documents require new skills beyond traditional statistical knowledge. However, building and maintaining a robust statistical system is not a small feat. It's not easy, as you heard already what was said by the Director General. It's not an easy thing. It requires a collaborative effort, partnership, and identifying the real people that you want to work with. One of the most significant challenges we face in the development and retention is the development and retention of skilled human resources. That was also mentioned. In many parts of Anglophone West Africa, we grapple with limited access to quality education and training in statistics and related fields. This gap hinders our ability to collect, analyze, and interpret data accurately, thereby affecting policy formulation and implementation. Other challenges, in my view, faced by the national statistical system include what again was mentioned here was institutional weaknesses, compounded by insufficient political support. I no longer call it political willingness. Because willingness is a will. Anyone can say, I'm willing to do something. But what action are you doing behind that? So I'm replacing political willingness to political support. Because political support comes with action. everyone is willing. Everyone has, when you ask head of statistics, they'll tell you, I mean, of government, so statistics are very important. But are you putting money to what you're calling as important? We heard the DG from Gambia when he said he even met the vice president and made all these efforts, and then I'm going to fund you, but when it comes to the funding, that did not happen. It's because he was willing, but he did not have the necessary support and action to be able to implement that. So that's a challenge. So I think that insufficient political support, inadequate financing, the low level of appreciation of the value and importance of statistics, insufficient institutional capacity, poor coordination, and insufficient use of data. Much of this you've already heard from my dear colleagues, the Statistician General. There are also organizational weaknesses, again highlighted here, including poor data quality, weak dissemination, limited access to information, and inadequate ICT infrastructure. At the same time, we have development challenges which are combined with the vicious circle of low interest and demand for future statistics significantly affect our proper implementation of statistical programs. Now, let me talk about Amaris Institute. First of all, when I got the invitation, Amaris, I was asking myself, what is Amaris? Is someone naming after his wife? Or the daughter? Or the mother? What is real Amaris? So last evening I had a conversation with Emmanuel. So after he explained to me, I went and Googled to actually find out what Amaris means. I encourage you, if you have not, please do that. It has a biblical connotation to it. And here is what I found out. So as I said, I was intrigued by the name. I decided to check it up, its meaning. It's a feminine form of a biblical name, Amaria, of the Hebrew, which means God has said. God has said, and it also said, promised by God. It further says, and if you look at other cultures, they actually say, an everlasting flower. That's what Amaris means. And then I said, well, this was associated just with female, but actually they qualified, no, that name can also be given to males. So we are equal. It can be used to a male and a female, Amaris. So you can see the significance, colleagues, this name carries to be named after an institute. So one day, as perhaps maybe giving it another name, I said, look, maybe should I call it the Amaris, promised by God, Institute of Statistics and Economic Research. Because that's what it actually means, that particular word. So is this the promise that we've been waiting for to come and make the changes that we desire? Is this another ingredient that allows for that? So in my view, I think that by supporting and providing high-quality education, training, and research opportunities, the Institute will serve as a beacon of excellency in the field of statistics and economic research. It will empower a new generation of statisticians, economists, and researchers with the skills and knowledge necessary to contribute effectively to the national and regional development. I would like to propose strategic pathways of capacity building which can help to achieve some of these goals that AmariStat aspires. First, I think education and training, and I think that came out in a number of conversations here. In my view, that I think there's need to invest in education, continuous professional development to build a skilled workforce. This includes developing a curricula that are relevant to our regional context and providing access to modern statistical tools and technologies, as well as supporting statistical literacy and society. I would have liked to spend a little bit more time. I had an interesting conversation recently when I was giving a seminar at Purdue University in March, where I had a conversation with some professors and about some of the papers that they had produced. And I was challenging them that who has used those papers. But that's a conversation that we should have with Amaris, really. Because it turns out a lot of these papers are chunked out, some of them with awards, never get to the policymakers to be used. This particular professor had actually produced a paper on Sierra Leone, on Ebola. He got an award for it. And I asked him, this Chinese professor, what happened to that paper? He says, well, I'm hoping that the Minister of Finance or Planning, Sierra Leone, must have used that paper. How do you know? I said, I don't know. In the meantime, he had got some money for a good paper. In the meantime, that paper was saying, providing all sorts of solutions in resolving Ebola. But the government never saw it. So one professor says, but Oliver, you're making us look so stupid because then these things that you're doing don't seem to be impacting. Remember we talked about impacting. Do they really impact people's lives? I think this is one role, in my view, that Amaris must be taking to make sure that we do that. The second part, I think, is the issue of collaborative research. Collaboration between the academic institutions, government agencies, and international organizations is critical. By working together, it can share knowledge, resources, and best practice, thereby enhancing our collective capacity. The third part, I think, is the issue of policy support and advocacy. I strongly believe that strong statistical systems require support from policymakers. And that without that, it would be very difficult. I believe that AmariStat must advocate for policies that prioritize statistical capacity, building and allocate sufficient resources to deal with these issues. The other part that was also mentioned here was retention of talent. It is not enough just to say we've trained skilled professionals. The Institute must also create an environment that encourages trained, skilled professionals to stay and contribute locally. This includes offering competitive incentives or suggesting career growth opportunities and a conducive working environment. And then there's also what I also think is that benchmarking statistical products, and I borrowed this from my brother, Sam. And I sort of said, what did he mean by this? Because I shared part of this paper with Sam. Some of it I think sounds a little bit strange because he didn't see what I'm saying here. So I said, okay, then in my view, I understood it this way, that it's about identifying packages, identify and package statistical products that meet the needs of users, as well as identifying the best practices and approaches of producing and disseminating products. If we have to really benchmark and statistical products as well as operations. The other part also was the joint advocacy. Again, in my interpretation of this is that, first of all, I think that there's need for strong statistical systems that require robust support from policymakers. And I think collectively, AmariStat, Emmanuel, working with other regional institutions, we must be able to advocate for policies that prioritize statistical capacity and allocate sufficient resources. Then seventh, of institutional development. Here I think that I believe that AmariStat can save in an advisory capacity to the National Statistical Offices. I think that's one of the reasons why it's being set up. And provide expert review, as well as facilitate peer review mechanism among National Statistical Offices. One of the things that we had started off when you talked about Antoine's small pitry yesterday was peer review mechanism. Director Generals or National Statistical Offices having to peer review. The Ghana Statistical Office going to Liberia, for instance, with Nigeria, with Sierra Leone. How are you doing, my brother? Learning best practices, peer review mechanism. That's something that you can see the variation of presentations. There's a lot to learn there from those variation of presentations. Why can't we learn from each other? The Statistical General from Nigeria talked about using our own resources. And I think that's important. We have noted that when you send me to a country because of who I am, I'm better listened. These are facts than having to get somebody who has to learn the context in the first place. Right now in my office, I have a situation where if somebody came into our country, in my office for over 1 year, it has taken her 1 year to begin to think what it is that she needs to do. And that's also at the end of her contract. What's happened? Oh no, I've been learning. I've been learning. My friend, when you sign the contract, you're going to be here for 1 year. Are you going to be learning all this time? No. I think we need to use our own capacities, and this is why when the DG for Nigeria approached us, I said, we'll get you an expert locally. And that's what we did. And I've gotten feedback from this expert and from the country itself that is doing an expert. He's an African. Why? They understand the context. Our issues, our problems becomes very easier. And then, of course, the issue of monitoring ethical practices and conduct of National Statistical Office and their staffs, provide external standards and guidelines in professional ethics and integrity, promote professional standards and ethics for National Statistics to develop sustainable financial resources. I think we mentioned that already. And finally, I think is the organizational development, keeping abreast. That's what AmariStat should do, keeping abreast and sharing recent advances in scientific practices, including technology, methodologies, and concepts, assess statistical offices, and their programs in member states. In other words, being ahead of the game. I don't want to go to a country where we all went to the same schools, We all went to the same schools. The difference is that we have been differently privileged. You know, he ended up being at ECA, but went exactly the same schools. So I want to go to a country where I can contribute and not sit in the driving seat. That should be the process. Because usually, many times, we want to allow this situation to be the case. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think AmariStat is being launched and established in at a time when the environment where there are several specialized institutions already that exist at the sub-regional and regional levels. We have AfriStat West, for instance. ECOWAS Statistical Unit, the sub-regional institution of specialized institutions such as the IMF, the AfriStat that I mentioned. We have actually a couple of them in the continent. We have Central, East, and South. We now have Statistical of the AU sitting in Tunisia. We have ourselves at Africa, at ACS, and then you also have the Africa Development Bank. So it is sitting in between where things are already happening. What would it be? Is niche. And that's the niche that needs to be established to support the 5 member countries. And I think from what we saw from the presentation, it's well cut out in terms of what that niche. So the 10th UN Fundamental Principles, which was also presented by Professor Nim, recommends bilateral and multilateral cooperation in statistics, and it contributes to improving social statistics in all countries. In other words, having to recognize what's going on and working with others becomes important. And therefore, cooperation is effective through frequent communication with sub-regional and regional institutions and countries when preparing and implementing statistical programs, undertaking a joint delivery of program support to countries based on comparative advantages, sharing information of ongoing activities, participating in regional events such as the meeting of the Statistical Commission for Africa. We'll be expecting Amaris to start to be at the Statistical Commission this year in October in Addis Ababa. As part of that, it's automatic invitation, Manuel. You will have to come to that, so that you can meet the Director Generals, the counterparts of our colleagues who are here, over the whole 54 member countries on the continent to be able to see that. But also we have a forum of statistical development. This is we call it first day. This is a forum of partners. All partners supporting statistical activities on the continent also attended the Statistical Commission. So it will be an opportunity. Perhaps one of the things we should be thinking about some is that can we have a roundtable conversation around what AmariStat is about, so that they can always have a buy-in from those partners that are there. So there are many other partners, but these are the key ones that I wanted to highlight. So I think to this end, I would like to invite AmariStat to cooperate with the regional and international institutions in developing and implementing its work program based on the country's needs and comparative advantages and anchored on the second strategy for the harmonization of statistics in Africa. So we have some kind of a Bible. It's called the Sasha. So a lot of these things that we do in statistics, we have this AU-driven document called the Sasha. And the Sasha there's several principles, and whatever we do goes into there. And why do we need to do that? Because ultimately the decisions have to go to heads of states. So even the contribution that we make from AmariStat, it will be important that we find a way to permeate into this, and aligning ourselves to the harmonized, the strategy for the harmonizing of statistics, which is called the Sasha, under the leadership of AfriStat at AU. And also more recently is the roadmap on the transformation of official statistics in Africa, developed by Economic Commission for Africa, which again Ghana is part. This roadmap has several key enablers that can inform collaboration between the Africa Center for Statistics and AmariStat. By fostering strong leadership and effective coordination mechanism, can ensure that the efforts are harmonized and aligned with the broader goals of statistical development in Africa. This includes establishing clear protocols of collaboration and defining the roles and the responsibilities of each institution to avoid duplication of efforts and ensure complementarity actions. And I think that's all what we are endeavoring to. I believe that embracing new technologies and innovative methods is crucial for modernizing our statistical systems. The Africa Center for Statistics and AmariStat can work together to adopt cutting-edge data collection and analysis techniques such as big data analytics and artificial intelligence to improve the accuracy and timeliness of statistics. I believe that collaboration with these specialized technical groups such as the Sasha that I mentioned is equally critical. It will bring the regional level concerns and suggestions of AmariStat members and conversely support the implementation and of the conclusion and recommendation of the specialized group in the member states, of those member states. Also, I think that the work program for AmariStat must be put in the public domain. that will help also to, to see what it is it's doing, and that we need to do that quickly. It doesn't have to be static. It can change as things evolve, because we know that in the data ecosystem is very dynamic now. It's no static at all. So I think that's something that we can deal with. So equally important is the acknowledgement of the Cape Town Global Action Plan for Sustainable Development, which was developed in 2017. These are key frameworks in statistics, I think, that Amaris must be able to embrace, so that there's no conflict in terms of its operations with what is already going there. And this particular one provides a comprehensive framework to enhance the capacity of the national statistical system to meet the demands of the 2030 agenda on sustainable development. This plan emphasizes the need of robust coordination, which we talked about here, innovation and capacity building initiatives to ensure the production of high quality, timely and reliable data. For AmariStat, the principles and objectives outlined in this action plan can guide its mandate to support the national statistical system for fostering strategic partnership, adopting new technologies, and enhancing data collection methodologies across the 5 member countries. In the same approach, I believe that AmariStat should support the implementation decisions and recommendations made at the international level. Because the heads of statistics that are here, they meet, first of all, at Statistical Commission, Africa. Then they meet at UNSC. At the UNSC, they get additional layer of things that need to be done and trickle down specific at country level. How do we need that? So we don't want a situation where there's we're running things in parallel with what has been agreed there. So they need to say, how can we help them achieve those global goals? How can we, AmariStat, help countries achieve the regional goals? It shouldn't be independent things, because otherwise directors are already suffocated. The absorption capacity in some cases is very low. So it is how to really navigate that area so that they're able to support and be effective and optimally in providing, in doing what they need to do. So capacity building, in my view, is the core area of AmariStat. I think, as already we heard from the pioneer here. Partnership and collaboration with institutions that have a long experience in this area is paramount. AmariStat is one of those, and we already know what they're able to do, we all know what they're not able to do. AmariStat supports setting up of standards, recommendations, and providing technical assistance in member states. I think AmariStat should enhance this work and collaborate with the institution, and learn a little bit of what it's doing and what is it that is not doing well, so that we can actually build on that, and leading into statistical harmonization and developing economic statistics with the emphasis on national accounts. I think that was their prime area of focus, was national accounts and prices. You have Duncan here, he was here, who would be very helpful in that, because I have worked with him, so I know I know his capacity very, very well. So it will require really close collaboration with all these institutions to make this happen. I also want to believe that mobilizing sustainable financial resources is one of the key challenges of the region, as you've heard already, and also sub-regional institutions across the continent. It impedes implementation of statistical program. Securing sustainable funding and resources critical for the long-term success of statistical initiative. But we are warned, let us not raise expectations. For this thing to happen is to work with AmariStat to see how together we can be able to mobilize resources. And those resources can only be mobilized if we are able to demonstrate results. No one is going to give us money if we are not able to produce results. It's not possible, colleagues. We need to produce something. Even if it's just a page, can I convince my minister this is good? And if I'm convinced, the minister will be convinced. But I'm saying, oh, but minister cannot do that, and you did not give me money. You become an irritation to the minister. They want something quickly. Show them. It might not be complete. Or minister, I could have done better, but this is what I have at the moment. And pick it up from there. So I think that working very closely with the AmariStat, that will make it possible, and therefore securing sustainable funding and resources is critical for the long-term success of the national statistical initiatives. The collaboration with the regional initiatives that I mentioned, the AUC, Africa Development Bank, and ECA, should focus in developing innovative financing mechanisms, such as public-private partnership and the endowment funds to ensure financial sustainability and independence. AmariStat should be proactive and look for innovative financing solutions, partner with the regional and sub-regional institutions to support the implementation of statistical work programs. Distinguished colleagues, I want to conclude first of all by saying that I think the launch of AmariStat Institute of Statistics and Economic Research is a statement, a statement to our commitment to building a brighter future for the Anglophone West Africa and the entire Africa and African continent by focusing on education, collaboration, and policy support and talent retention. It can establish robust national statistical system that would drive the African development agenda forward. As we embark on this journey, I want to call upon partners. Some of them are here, governments, academia, which I think really the triangle of academia, private sector, national statistics becomes very key to support policy. How do we rally behind the private sector, the academia, civil society, to join hand and support this noble cause? But this is critical. It's God's promise. If we can take it that way, colleagues, we can make a difference. Together, we can transform this vision into reality and ensure the statistical system is equipped to meet the challenges of the 21st century. Ourselves at the Africa Center for Statistics, we are ready to support. As I was coming here, I already told the head of the executive secretary of this year, he's aware why I'm here. And they'll be expecting us this afternoon to be tweeting that this thing has been launched. They need to see that information. We really believe in that. They need to know. If we don't, yesterday when Professor Nims shared me the link, you will be surprised if I was to tell you the number of groups who we shared with the link of participation. I don't know if they're on this link. A number of them that we know. We have our own group of director generals, all of them, Emmanuel, that you may be aware. All these director generals, they have numbers of each other. I don't have to, I just have to send one message to the DG, everyone else is going to know. If Prof sends a message, every DG gets to know. That's the forum, the platform we have. We have another platform for civil registration. Similarly, civil registrars and population experts. One email, one text, everyone, all the 54 countries get to know. And then, of course, the subgroups and so forth that we work with. So we want to make sure that this particular event gets promoted. I think this afternoon we'll sort of discuss some of the pathways, some of the suggestions that we think we can actually promote the AmariStat. So I think for us, it will be effective through a collaboration between, of course, the two institutions. I think much more imperative that the Africa Center for Statistics participate in the development of AmariStat work program to establish links with the regional and global statistics priorities and agenda. Regular consultation during the program implementation will help achieve established objectives and strengthen synergies and efficiency. I believe that AmariStat breathes new life, really breathes new life to the African statistical data ecosystem, and thereby concerted and intentional efforts of collaboration must be exerted to bring the desired changes the African statistical system requires. So I end by, first of all, saying thank you to the initiator and pioneer, AmariStat, with the support of Professor Nim, and I'm looking forward really towards witnessing the incredible achievements that will be made from the Amaris Institute in the years to come. I believe that together we can transform our vision into reality and ensure that statistical systems are equipped to meet the challenges of the 21st century. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, may I ask that you stay where you are, then we ask the rest to join you to launch the AmariStat for us. So may I invite all the heads of NSOs here present and invite Dr. Wilfred Ochan to join them, that is the UNFPA country rep, to join them. As they walk towards the stage, may I acknowledge the presence of Dr. Grace Bediako, who is the board chairman for Ghana Statistical Service. You are welcome, Dr. Grace Bediako. Maybe Dr. Bediako can join them to launch AmariStat. So, please, I didn't get it. Please join them. UNECA, join them. Oh, yes, sir. Join them to. So, we'll give the mic to. Dr. Oliver Changa, we would like you to officially declare that the AmariStat has been launched.
Oh, okay.
So, okay. Please, nobody should go back one step.
Okay.
There's a gap.
Colleagues, that this afternoon we are witnessing the birth of a new baby. A baby that comes with difference because it's a promise by God, at least by going by its name. And therefore I would like to officially announce the launch of this important baby, the AmariStat. Thank you.
So please stay for the photo ops as well. So all the photographers in the room, please go ahead. Yes, they are getting it closer. Somebody should help me with this. Yep. Yeah. You take it off. Are we done? So we will limit it to only the NSOs and then Dr. Fiajo and then Dr. Khan. Oliver will also join, yes. Thank you, sir. Yes, is it well arranged? Yes, sir. Are you done? Then we'll limit it to the host, and then so our guests from the other NSOs, yes. No, the three of you will stay for the next. It's okay. Are you done? Then we'll do permutation, 2, 2. So, Prof, you stay, no, with the, yeah. Then the host and the founder. Yeah, okay. The final permutation, yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Then he will take a single shot yourself. Yes, you alone. You need that.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Okay. Quick one. Then I go and do my job. So we thank you very much, Dr. Oliver Changai. And at this point, we would invite Dr. Vida Afrebia Ajin to extend the vote of thanks to all of us for our participation, our exciting speeches and remarks, and to appreciate the work of Dr. Fiajo and the team. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. When I was coming up here, somebody said I should try and do it in 1 minute. And so, forgive me, I'll have to rush through this. Our guest of honor, Director Generals of Statistics, our development partners, ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to uphold the existing protocols and then proceed. First of all, we would like to thank God for blessing us with a day like this. We thank Him for the gift of life. Next, we would like to thank our guest speaker, Dr. Oliver Chinganya, who flew all the way to share those insightful notes with us. Thank you very much, sir. Next, we would like to thank our Director Generals of Statistics. Forgive me, I know the titles differ, but let me put it all together. Gambia, Liberia, Sierra Leone, Ghana. Prof, let me put you in there. Sierra Leone, Liberia, Ghana, Gambia. I hope I've not left anybody. Nigeria, Mr. Yemi, thank you so much. Please, thank you so much. I bombarded you with a lot of emails. Thank you for the risk that you took. Thank you for your patience, the risk you took to come here and for accepting this initiative. Moving forward, we would like to thank our host institution, Ghana Statistical Service, starting from the board chair. Thank you very much, Dr. Grace Bediakon. We are grateful. The board members, Prof, again, thank you. To the staff, the directors, and then for the people who helped to put this together, we are grateful. A special one to the leadership of AmariStat, Dr. Fiajo and Dr. Misha Belkindas. We are so grateful for this initiative, and thank you for your guidance. To our development partners, thank you so much for coming. In fact, we are praying for more collaborations. We will come to you for more collaborations, and we hope for more collaborations in future. Thank you so much for coming. We are grateful. For the messages, and then for those who joined us online, thank you so much. To our friends in the media, thank you very much for coming. Thank you, guys. In fact, to everybody, let me not forget the MC. You know, I'd wanted you to clap once, and I'd wanted to reserve that for him, but I have one more person I'll reserve that clap for. So thank you very much, Mr. Kojo Asante, for your eloquence and for moderating this for us. Prof. Emmanuel Mate is not here, but we would also like to say thank you to him for ushering us into the presence of the Lord. The final one to myself for accepting to do this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we started with a prayer from Professor Mate. I was hoping he would be around to end us with a prayer. And I'm looking around to see who is spirit-filled to close us with a prayer. Samilia, may I respectfully invite you to give us a closing prayer? Samilia Minta, please do us the honors.
Thank you very much, Mr. Santi. Please, can we humbly rise for the prayer? Our gracious Lord, we are so grateful unto you for this wonderful day. We thank you that you began with us, and we thank you that you have seen us through this program successfully. We thank you so much for the launch of AmariStat, and we are grateful to you for all the insightful presentations that we have had. We thank you that you have put people in leadership of this institution. And Father, Lord, we want to improve statistics across Africa. We pray, Father, Lord, that every heart desire or everything that we have thought of, Father, Lord, to improve statistics across Africa, to improve capacity in our institutions, to produce statistics that will be impactful to our countries. Lord God, you bless all these ideas. We thank you, Father, Lord, that you put in place every resources that we would need, and then people in various places and positions, oh God, who would drive this initiative to a successful process. We thank you for doing this for us. We commit the next sessions also into your mighty and able hands. We ask that your mighty hands will carry us through and through. And then when it is time for us to go back to our various countries, the mighty hand that brought us here will take us back safely. We thank you for doing this for us in Jesus' mighty name. We have prayed with thanksgiving. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. We thank all of you very much. There are 2 events after here. The first event is for us to network and walk and have lunch. The next one is for the DGs to have a closed-door meeting. So we'll tell you the venue for the closed-door meeting. So wish all of us bon appetit, or let's enjoy our meals. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.
Please, lunch is at the main restaurant. So Gloria will lead us to the venue for the lunch. So as we walk, let's get to know another person in our